What's up? Welcome to today's live stream. I think it's today's live stream. I don't think I did one earlier today. It's Friday, January 20. What is today? Shit, what's today? I don't even know what today is. The 26th. It's Friday, January 26th. I should know. I think I put it in the title. Yeah, today is going to be a bit of an interesting day. I want to talk about what's going on at the border, not too far from where I live. The standoff between Texas, our governor, and the Fed and Biden. I'm here for it all day. I am actually incredibly proud of what my governor is doing. Now, what the hell Biden is doing, I don't know, but we're going to figure it out. I will likely do some Twitter perusing. Maybe we'll watch some videos on YouTube. I don't know. I don't actually have anything planned. I just knew that I wanted to get this thing started because, yeah, the fact that there is talk about federalizing our National Guard here in Texas, like the Texas National Guard, and how Biden is trying to make it so that these illegal migrants can cross into the border of my state. I have an issue with that, a big one. So we're gonna kind of jump into my screen. There's nothing here. I was dead ass and I'm like, I don't have anything planned, but we're gonna figure out some things. First things first though, we're gonna go to Twitter and see how we can rile ourselves up by looking at what the hell's on Twitter. There are some things that were trending. Let me go to, what is it? Search, maybe? No. Here we are. Trending. Here we are. National Guard. Yeah, look at this dude. Biden over here giving out demands as if states don't have their own rights. It's a little bit tyrannical, if you ask me. How this man who can barely talk, who don't even know where the hell he is at most times throughout the day, who's apparently so far gone to where he's just walking around the White House naked. That's classic dementia shit, by the way. That's a very classic dementia symptom. Just walking around naked, confused, in a fugue state. Anyway, according to this dude, Biden gave our governor until 1 p.m. Eastern. Why the hell is he talking about Eastern? We're Central. We don't respect that Eastern time over here. You need to give us our time in Central time. We don't respect that Eastern time over here. Anyways, he added a deadline to remove his National Guard's troops. I don't think that's going to happen. And it would actually be very interesting to me if Biden tried to nationalize the National Guard, because I don't know if he realizes that most of the Texas National Guard are Texans. And like I said yesterday, a lot of us Texans are Texan first, which, you know, that may not work out in the president's favor. Cause, you know, I would quit straight up. Yo, what's up? Yeah, I was gonna say, do you have my number, my phone number? That's the way I'll have to share the link with you, or that's the best way to share it with you, because I don't want to just have a Zoom thing open. It slows down my computer if I'm not actually using it. But yeah, let me know when you're free and you want to come in, hang out, we can chat about whatever. So yeah, so apparently Biden is issuing a punitive sanction against Texas, against my state. So I'm going to read that as he's sanctioning me, because I'm a Texan, by pausing natural. Wow. Okay. So he's going to shoot the rest of the country in the foot. So he's pausing liquid gas development, which he thinks is going to hurt our economy. So now we have a tyrant who's trying to actively hurt Texans. Interesting. So not only is he trying to fuck up the rest of the country by allowing these illegal ass aliens into our country without any form of background checks, without any form of due process, now he wants to also directly hurt Texas. Okay, that's good to know. It's good to know. That's not a coincidence. This is all right. This is opinion. More opinion. Biden administration pauses approvals for new gas export terminals. This is just a picture. I would have assumed it would be a link to an actual article that I can read. But maybe this is a link to something I can read. No, it's not. He's treating Texas like Russia, except Texas is the one being invaded. That's actually, so I want to dig in on that right there. How in the hell are we more concerned about protecting the border of Ukraine, which is a European country that ain't got shit to do with us? How are we more concerned about protecting their border than our own? We've sent $75 billion to them. That's a lot. That wall that, you know, the last president was talking about building, that was $3.5 billion. By my math, I'm not the smartest dude. You know, I'm black, so I don't know how to do math. But by my math, that's 25x more. You know, I need, if you're Asian, if you're white, if you're good in math, please correct me. Just help me understand. It's 75 not 25 times more than 3? Am I doing this wrong? I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Okay, all right, cool. So what I'm hearing or what I'm reading is, yes, it's going to hurt our economy. We're very diversified here. What I think is really going to happen is he's going to hurt the American economy. Texas is a natural gas exporter. Let's keep that in mind. We export natural gas. Who are we exporting it to? Let's see. I actually don't know. Let's see. Texas natural LNG exports destination. We'll try to, you know what? We're not going to use Google. I'm sick of Google. We're going to use Perplexity, this thing. So we'll say, how or where does Texas export most of its LNG? Okay, all right. This isn't about. I mean, what destinations? How about that? What destinations is it exported to? Yeah, like Freeport. That's the port where the terminals are. We don't really care about that right now. Okay, so look at this. Texas exports most of its LNG to various destinations. Obviously, that's literally the question I'm asking. Thanks, AI. This is AI at work. It's I'm not impressed. But anyway, with a significant portion being sent to Europe. Wait a minute. Wait. So if we're sending most of our gas to Europe, the EU, and they're supposed to be our allies, and we have a security alliance with the majority of the EU, and they are no longer able to get their natural gas from Russia. And maybe Qatar might, you know, because of the whole Israel thing, maybe Qatar might be a little less giving with some of that LNG they got. This seems like it's going to hurt Europe more than it's going to hurt us here in Texas. That's interesting. All right. Port of Corpus Christi in Texas. Yeah, I already know that. That doesn't matter. Additionally, reports indicate that 74% of all U.S. LNG exports went to Europe. Let's see, how much are we responsible for? How much LNG? Actually, I want to care what percentage of LNG in the USA is produced by Texas. So we produce a quarter of the nation's natural gas. Oh man, talk about a power imbalance, bro. Yeah, good luck with that, Mr. Biden. He's gonna need it. You know what? I actually hope that Biden comes to Texas. He should go to Dallas, the same street that that the last person got capped off at. I wouldn't be upset with that at this point. Him and his son. Corrupt asses. What else is he up to these days? All right, breaking. This is 12 minutes. Texas Governor Abbott confirms they are prepared if Biden federalizes the National Guard. I can imagine, like, real talk, I would assume that people would just quit or just not accept the orders. Like, what? Like, let's be real. I mean, like, seriously, let's be real. The federal government gets its power from the states and the people. Does he really think that he's going to march people into Texas? I don't know where Biden is from. I should probably figure it out, but I don't think he understands Texas the way that he thinks he understands it. You know, they say that the second largest armed force in the world is the American population. But if we do a little bit of critical thinking, we'll quickly understand that the majority of the United States population is in Texas and California. At least a third of it. I mean, we're a third of the entire country. You know, put us combined, we are a third of the country. More than that, actually. So I'm just curious, does he really think he's gonna, like, people just gonna march here? Does he really think I'm gonna just sit up in my apartment as people who not from here come marching to my state to allow an invasion? I mean, is he serious? Does he not think that these migrants may not, you know? My fear is that if, you know, we can't have the Texas National Guard keep things in check, we got those good old boys here, and that's my worry. If they start taking shit into their own hands, it won't be it won't be good for anyone. I'm actually curious to know what the plan is. Imagine Biden leading the army. Man, this dude ain't leading shit. I think the deadline was today, a few hours ago. Heading to Texas to stop the Biden border invasion. Volunteer militias from, oh wow. Oh shit. Volunteer militias from at least 25 states have begun traveling to Texas to support its National Guard. Do you stand with Texas? Hell, you know what? If I didn't have a goddamn Tesla, you know, one of these electric vehicles, I don't know, maybe I can just rent a car. Maybe I'll rent a car. I may drive down to the border, see what's happening. You know? Yeah, I might have to drive down to the border. Yeah, this saying it's not recent footage, but it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure that there are people, because I did see that several states have joined in to support Texas. What's crazy to me, I want to show this right quick, because I don't think a lot of you all know this about the border here. Let's see, Texas state border checkpoints. I think there are over 20 border crossings into the United States in Texas. I think we're about to see. Oh, it's 18. 18. Okay, a little less than I thought it would be. But all of these are the official entry points, the legal entry points into the border or into, you know, the United States. And for whatever reason, the current administration they're only concerned about this little section right here. They're saying, well, we need to make sure all of this is open so that people can get through. And I'm just like, wait. What? Are we just letting Russians get through to Ukraine? Are we just letting Palestinians get through to Israel? Is that what we doing? Because if not, I think we should keep the same energy for our own country. And just so we're clear here, so I live here in Houston. I'm a little bit further from the border. I used to live here in San Antonio, and I spent a little bit of time over here, just a little bit of time. and the border is close. There's a lot of sex trafficking. In fact, I think Houston might be sex trafficking capital of the United States. Let's see, trafficking capital, U.S. Look at that, Houston, Texas. This is the city with the most cases of human trafficking, and it's not just from the border with Mexico. It's also from east, the Asians, the Chinese, the Koreans, the Japanese, Filipinos less so. But a lot of them, they ended up in the brothels and shit, trafficked. So the majority of that human trafficking comes from the southern border. Let's be clear about that. A lot of that is coming through our southern border, AKA the one that Biden wants open, that anyone can pass through. I don't see what he's after here. But I do remember this right here. Let's pull it up on YouTube, and I might end up turning off the music because we're going to be watching videos. But I remember this right here, surge the border. This is what I remember. Biden. And I remember this explicitly because I was just like, what the fuck? Why are people trying to vote for this? Because, I live in a border state. So I look at it a little bit differently. Let me turn off my music. We don't need it anymore. Actually, I'm going to turn it back on. I'm just turning it down all the way. Now we go. All right, cool. And let's turn off some of these other things so it sounds okay. And let's see. No, it was on his campaign trail. That's when he did it. Campaign. Or said it. I'm sorry. I'm over here saying did it like he did something. He said it.
The Obama-Biden administration deported more than 3 million.
Wait. I'm sorry. This is only going out of one speaker. Let me.
The Obama-Biden administration deported
Wait,
more
what?
than 3.
Campaign on.
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are.
That's what I heard. Surge the border. So I'm hearing a man that's from over here. None of these states matter to me. I'm sorry if you're from one of these. None of these matter to me. He's from way the fuck over here. Is he talking about the Canadian border? Is that the border that he wants people to search from? Or is he talking about the border that he lives about 2,000 miles away from? This one over here. Like, I'm just curious. He's like, search the border. We have two borders in our country. I don't know if he's aware of that. I don't even know if he's aware of where he is. But we have two borders in our country. So when he says search the border, is he only talking about Texas? Because we are the majority of the border. Obviously New Mexico, Arizona, and California share that border, but it's a much, 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 much smaller border. For instance, here's New Mexico. Look at this. It's tiny. This is all of their border with Mexico. Here is Arizona. Also not very large. I mean, it's larger than New Mexico, obviously. It's also larger than California's. But like the majority of that border, all of this is all Texas. So, yeah. I'm curious if y'all heard that what's his name? Brendan Johnson, whatever his name is. Let's see. Brandon Johnson. Chicago. So this dude is currently, or he had a panic attack. Oh man, he had a panic attack. Let's hear about his sanctuary city. It's interesting to me that all these leaders in all of these states that in cities that don't share a border, that are pushing for open borders and virtue signaling, saying we need to have more migrants. I'm just let's see. Chicago or Maine. No, this was years ago. He said this a few years ago. If I can find it. Obviously, I didn't have any of this planned. I'm just talking shit at the moment until other people come in here and start contributing to the conversation. Huh. Where is it? Oh wait, is this it?
It's going to require a great deal of collaboration and coordination, as you've articulated, between the federal government, the state government, Cook County, and of course city government, in order to address the dynamic that we are experiencing right now. Because I'm hesitant to call it a crisis, because crisis suggests that somehow we've done something wrong. I'm not saying that is your interpretation, or that the fact that individuals who are seeking opportunity in Chicago, that somehow they may have done something wrong. It's a dynamic that I believe that is essential to our democracy. People being able to experience safety and security in a place that have brought people from all over the world. And the political decision of governors along the border to try to stick it to us and use people.
This dude said, I know who he's talking about. He's talking about my governor, and he's talking about we're trying to stick it to them. And it's just like, does he not understand what the hell sanctuary city means? That's a choice. They chose to become a sanctuary city, and they chose to say, hey, come here. And now that they're getting these migrants, now all of a sudden they're realizing it's a little bit harder to deal with than just saying, hey, we want these migrants. The audacity of that dude. Yo, what's up, Yanni? How you doing?
Doing good. Was filming some YouTube videos a bit earlier. Yeah. I see you're watching the thing that's happening in the world right now.
Well, I'm more talking about it, really. I'm more intimately familiar with this because I'm from here. I live here, and this has been going on for more than just a few months. This has been going on for a decade.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah, it is. I don't know if you were around when I was just like, Houston is the sex trafficking capital of the United States, and I did go and Google it to confirm that it still is. I'm just like,
oh, really? Wow.
It's interesting how they're talking about having these open borders, and most of the sex trafficking comes from the southern border. When I say most, I mean like a great deal, like maybe 95% of it is coming from across the border.
That's a big chunk. Oh, wow. Wait, so they're talking about having an open border? Or, I mean, I know they went through the...
Wait a minute. I'll just go back. I'll go back. Hold on.
It's going to require...
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border.
What did that sound like to you? I know it's... I'm sorry.
Better.
We got to wait. I'm sorry. I would share my screen, but you know what's going to happen if I do, so...
Yeah.
Caught up yet?
Nah, wait. Candidate Biden calls on illegal immigrants to surge the border?
Listen. I'll play it. Well, I'll play it again just in case.
Yeah, play it again.
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come.
You heard it?
Yeah, I said, they ought to be heard.
The thing is that they're doing the word games that they like to do. and they're saying migrant and asylum seekers and all that kind of shit. Most of these people are not seeking asylum. They're economic migrants. They're seeking economic opportunity.
Yes,
AKA they want to come here and partake in our system.
Yeah,
But I
what
don't know if
America
they
has to
actually,
offer essentially.
yeah, I don't know if they're actually trying to come and contribute. Um, what I would like to see happen, and I'm pretty sure this won't happen, but I'm
Yeah.
fine with, if these people want to come here, great. Let's put them in the army. Let's send them to the front lines.
Yeah.
Because most of these people who are leaving, they are military age men leaving their own country. And why the hell do we want men who are going to leave their own country and come here? Like, I think we need to have them prove themselves. Like, I would be happy to say, you know what, you fought for the country, yeah, full on citizenship, yeah, fine. But I don't think they'd be willing to do it. So my issue is people wanted to come here, wanted to partake in our, in our systems, our anything.
The opportunity or
Yeah.
everything.
Like exploit the opportunity, but without actually contributing anything back.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if you know this, but we are currently in conflict. They won't admit it because legally we're not at war right now. However, we have bombed 3 different countries in the past 2 weeks.
Wait.
You didn't know this, did you?
I mean, Yemen, one.
Yes, Yemen is one.
What? What else is there?
They're all in the region.
Palestine?
They're all in this region over here.
Oh, the Middle East?
Yeah. One of them is Somalia.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
That's close to Ethiopia as well.
Yeah, it is. It's very close to Ethiopia. And there are some things going on in your region too. The shit with Eritrea, that's still going on. It seems like Somalia and Somaliland. I know it's 2 different places. I shouldn't say Somaliland, but no, they still going through their little things. I shouldn't call them little. They're kind of a big deal.
But
here, let me show. Let me see if I can pull up. Oh, come on now. No, we're gonna get rid of Google or whatever that is. We'll use the browser from here on out. Or at least I'll try to. Let's see. Right. U.S. bombings. Maybe it's just in the news. Hopefully we can find it. Wait. Bombings. I can't spell the name. Somalia. So yeah. Al-Shabaab.
So this happened
recently.
Al-Shabaab.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, continue without agreeing.
Al-Shabaab militants
So
killed in the
they
US
said it
military
was
strike.
self-defense, which is a cop-out. It's a cop-out.
They always typically do that though, right?
Well, it's if
Self-defense.
you understand how our military policy works,
Yeah.
all commanders, like anyone in the military, wherever they are, if they are attacked, they have full rights to make a decision to respond and defend themselves without having to go through the president. It's very different from other places where everything is routed through some leader, the supreme leader or general or whatever. Here, they get autonomy to make decisions. So it's easy for the United States government to say, hey, it was just self-defense, because so long as Congress or our chief officer, the president, doesn't say it, then it's just like you can wash your hands from it. But
Wow.
apparently we flew across the world
Yeah.
in self-defense of Al-Shabaab. And I mean, you're from that region.
Yeah.
Would you call that region rich enough to touch America in any way? I see the face. You're like, yeah.
Forget the whole country. Even I don't think even the state in itself can take.
Bro,
take
it's like,
down.
are they going to get in their Toyota Helixes and drive across the fucking ocean? Is that what they're going to do? You ain't think I knew about that Toyota Helix, did you?
Yeah, we do have a bunch of those. But yeah, pretty unlikely for sure.
Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. What I think though is that this dude probably knows that he's in trouble. He probably knows that he's not going to win this election.
Oh my gosh, for
And
sure.
it seems like they're doing whatever they can to make sure that it's just not Trump, which basically means him, this guy, Biden.
Yeah.
And it's to the point now where it's like, I've never really liked Trump. I think he's a dumbass. You know, like he's just like,
Yeah, but
he's
at this
one of
point,
these
he's a
daddy money type of person. You know, a little
yeah.
bit thinks he's done more. But you know what?
At this point, it's better than Biden, I
Bro,
guess.
even before this point, because even though I think he's an idiot, the fact that he's talking about America first, that makes sense to me. I'm American. I know, you may not agree, but when you're in
Yeah.
Ethiopia, are you thinking
Mhm.
about America first, or are you thinking about Ethiopia first?
No, he took that first.
Yeah,
Of course.
exactly. Yeah, that's most
Yeah,
other
yeah.
countries, and I don't know why
Yeah.
in our country we have people who are just like, oh no, we can't think about ourselves. We have to put everyone else who don't give a fuck about us ahead of us. I don't see it. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's just yeah.
And
Yeah.
honestly, I believe that the people who choose to come to our country also don't want that either. Because why else would you come? Like
Yeah.
did you come here because you wanted, like, I don't know, for anyone to just be able to come in and just do whatever?
Mm.
Or knowing that you're having to go through the legal process, how do you feel about people just being able to fucking walk across the border? They get full room and board and transportation to wherever the fuck they want to go. They get all these they get access to like all of the services and all these free things
Oh.
that you don't
Oh.
even get.
Oh, you're asking me? Of course. This is like, yeah, I mean, I had to come here legally, of course. There was a lot of process behind it, a lot of money behind it as well.
Yes, it
I don't,
is.
I don't think it's fair.
It's not fair.
How about for the people who actually are immigrants but contributed a lot and they still did not
Exactly. And they don't get
gain
shit.
as much? Yeah, exactly. And then they people come here. Um, I guess I do get where it's coming from, but still they did get like uh, paid a bunch. I think we covered that in like one of the streams where was it in Texas or something, a nursing job or something, where some of the immigrants get paid like a bunch of money
Not
in an
here.
hour or so.
Not here.
Not
Not
that.
the illegals. Nah. No, not the illegal ones. But I mean, nurses will make a lot once they get the license. They got to go through schooling. I don't know if I want illegal immigrants working as nurses because, and I'm sure you'll understand because you came from another place. You understand that a college degree in one country is not the same as a college degree in another country.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but you know this. I know this,
Yeah.
but I wonder if a lot of the people who are pushing for these policies know this, where they think
I
that all
doubt
college
so.
degrees are equal. There are certain places, most places actually, where all you really have to do is pay for your degree. You just pay
Yeah.
money and they give you a degree.
Yeah, that's wild. But yeah, this whole thing that's happening is just uh I don't want to call it unfair because I guess
But it is
that's
unfair.
it is
That's
unfair.
actually what it is. Like, you had to
But
learn English to be able to come here. These people are just
yeah,
fucking coming here and don't speak the language. They don't know anything about the culture. They're just coming out here for a handout. And I feel a certain kind of way about this being a citizen of the country, but also being as close to native as you can get in our country. Like,
yeah,
there's certain groups of people who've been here from the beginning. And I happen to be a descendant of one of those groups. And to have these people who have not done a thing for our country to be able to get access and resources that even my people didn't get access to, despite
yeah.
everything that we've done for the
The
country.
yeah, a bunch of contributions for the advancement of like America. But yeah, it's I just don't know. Uh, yeah, it's just crazy to see things happening. You wouldn't imagine like a few decades ago that America would be in this situation where like people it's not like you said America first, but some other thing first, then America comes last type of thing. Um yeah,
Here, I'm gonna share my
but
screen so that you could be on. Like, I mean, I'm not actually working on anything, so I don't care that much about responsiveness right now. All right, so I don't know what this. I've never watched any of this. For what it's worth, I just needed to start my stream. I'm trying to get my hours up, so I'm at 40 hours
Yeah,
for
I
the
feel
month.
that.
So,
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I'm
Oh, yeah,
already 10%
you're
of the
going
way.
strong.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bro. I'm getting this goal, bro.
You're going
Like,
strong.
I now think that I might be able to get monetized maybe by April. By end
By
of
April, that's like a
I
few
think
months
so.
away.
Yeah, I mean,
That's dope.
if I keep up the current pace, and if people continue to watch, that means whoever's watching now, if y'all watch, not on Twitch, that doesn't help me at all. Although you can watch on Twitch, I don't really care. But like, if you're watching on YouTube, that will help me get monetized and all that kind of crap. Anyway, let's watch this. Oh wait, before we watch it, let me make sure I share my sound with you so you can hear. That way you can you don't have to have the stream up.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. Did they? Oh, they changed it. Why are they always changing shit?
Yeah, they keep doing that in every update of every software these days. It's crazy.
All right. Let me know if you can hear whatever this is once it starts playing.
All right. Let's see.
If the
Yeah, I
administration
can hear it.
Okay.
declares that it plans to federalize
Wait a minute. What is this playing through? Give me a second. I gotta play that again.
the National Guard
For some, I see what's happening. It's routing sound through Zoom now, and I don't like it because I don't have control over the volume. I have a mixer over here that I can control the volume on, so I have to. Man, that sucks. Anyway, I'll go ahead and play it.
of the state of Texas, your National Guard, what will be your response?
Well, first, I'll be shocked. That would be a boneheaded move on his
Oh my
part.
gosh, there's
Total
a bunch of
disaster.
people.
But for
Jeez.
one, as you might imagine, we are prepared in the event that unlikely event does occur to make sure that we will be able to continue exactly what we've been doing over the past month, and that is building these barriers, whether it be the concertina wire or other anti-climb border barriers.
By the way, you see these people crossing? You see that thing?
Yeah.
This is the
Don't tell me that's the border.
Yeah, this is the border. And this is the feds opening up this so that these people can come through into our state. Yeah, into our state.
Wow. What the hell? It's like
Yeah.
that's just crazy. It's
Yeah, and
actually
I don't think you were here earlier, but I was just like, I don't know if he understands Texans. Because most of us are Texan first.
Yeah.
Like I know that you're in Virginia. It's a little bit different. I mean Texas is known as being I'm sure you've heard some of the stereotypes about Texas and Texas in general. That shit's coming from somewhere. It's not all cap, bro. A lot of that. So I'm like, man, like if anything were to happen, I'm like, I'm Texan first.
Yeah.
It's just like I wish these MFers would come over here and try to do some shit. It's like I don't know if I would just sit here and just watch people who not from here try to change or destroy what like my home. Like the hell with that. So I'm wondering like if he understands that yes, you've heard the saying, or maybe you haven't. The second most armed army in the world is the American population.
Yeah.
Like it's the U.S. military
and the American population,
and us. Yes.
Yeah.
And think about Texas, bro. Like we.
Oh, Texas. Yeah.
Like, and I mean that. I'm not just saying this
Tokens and
hyperbolically. We have folks who just have more guns than any. Like just even here in my building, bro. I feel safe as fuck here. Like if anything happened, it's like, man, like
you're chilling,
bro. Like I know what some people have here. Like I know what some people have here, bro. Like somebody might catch a fucking RPG. I'm not joking. I'm not joking, bro. I'm not even joking. Like somebody might have to catch that RPG.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's finish.
It's
insane.
Whatever we've been building, the Biden administration is now trying to attack us because of it, and we will continue to do exactly what we're doing to expand our denial of illegal entry into the state of Texas.
with state employees, I assume, not with National Guard. But can you envision a scenario in which you would put armed state employees on the border instead of the National Guard of Texas?
We do have other armed state employees on the border as we speak right this minute, and that's the Texas Department of Public Safety, as well as other law enforcement officers, as well as National Guard from other states. And you can be assured there will be more National Guard from other states and more law enforcement officers within the state of Texas and other states. And Tucker, I just signed a new law in the state of Texas that will go into effect on March the 5th that authorizes any law enforcement officer in the state of Texas to be able to arrest anybody coming across the border illegally.
Have you spoken to the president or anyone from the Biden White House about what appears to be an imminent collision?
I have not, to be clear. I have spoken to the president about the border. I met him on a tarmac in El Paso and talked to him directly about what was going on. I handed him a letter that had in it immediate solutions he could take that would immediately secure the border without the need of any new law to be passed. Despite the fact that I handed him on altogether 8 different letters, he has refused to ever respond. My point in telling you that, we have laid down the precursor of what's called Article 4, Section 4.
I'll show you that. I'll pull that up right quick.
All right.
Let's see, texas.gov. Okay. Actually, Texas governor. Here we are. Issued a statement. Here we go.
All right.
This is one of the benefits of living in America and Texas. It's transparent as fuck. You find the what people are doing. So I'll read it. I mean, you can read along if you want. The federal government has broken the compact between the United States and the states. You'll know this because you can't become a citizen without first learning a shit ton about American history and how the government works and all that. And I'm sure you're aware of this. Yes. You had to learn all this, but these people who just coming across the border, they don't have to do any of that.
Yeah,
keep that in mind.
I agree. I agree that you need to learn about the countries.
Well, to be fair, most immigrants, legal immigrants, they know more about how our country works than a lot of the natives, than citizens who are just born here. But yeah, let's keep reading. The executive branch of the United States has a constitutional duty to enforce federal laws protecting states, and that's true. That's the case, including immigration laws on the books right now. Don't seem like they enforcing that right now, do it? All right. I mean, that's what I see, but obviously they are now trying to get us to not where we don't even believe our eyes. If you see someone, they're like, oh yeah, that person's not, what I'm talking about. They're now trying to do that. They're playing that game here. So let's see. President Biden has refused to enforce those laws and has even violated them. The result is that he has smashed records for illegal immigration. Despite having been put on notice in a series of letters, that's what he was just talking about and complaining about, one of which I delivered to him by hand. So there's no excuse. President Biden has ignored Texas's demand that he perform his constitutional duties. Now, here's the thing. Now, you may be just reading Texas, but you got to keep in mind that the way our governments work is that we elect our officials to represent us. So there is no other way that I can take this other than the governor that we elected to represent us in this union, the president is saying, fuck y'all. That's how I'm interpreting it. We're the second largest state. We have the second largest economy. If you remove Texas from the United States economy, it's not as big as it is on any level. I mean, it's like three or four. No, the top 5, I want to say, are responsible for, I think 10 or 15 trillion of the GDP, US GDP. US GDP is about 35 million. So it's almost half. Just to put it in perspective. Anyway, let's keep reading. So, President Biden has violated his oath to faithfully execute immigration laws enacted by Congress. Instead of prosecuting immigrants for federal crime of illegal entry, President Biden has sent his lawyers into federal courts to sue Texas for taking action to secure the border, my homeland. President Biden has instructed his agencies to ignore federal statutes and federal statutes that mandate the detention of illegal immigrants. they ain't been. We'll look at some videos of like from Cash Jordan. He's a New Yorker guy, kind of covering some of this stuff, and we'll also look at like Colorado and Chicago. I don't. It seems like they're not being detained. It almost seems like we're giving them shit. That's what it feels like to me. So the effect is to illegally allow their en masse parole into the United States. That's actually happening. Wow. By wasting taxpayer dollars to tear open Texas's border security infrastructure. That's my taxes, because
yeah, for sure.
That's my money.
A lot of your taxes.
Yeah. Well, no. So we don't have a state income tax, but we have state sales tax and we have property tax, and we also have taxes on like other things, but we don't pay income tax. My income tax is all federal. So the federal government is responsible for taking 35% of my money. Texas don't take shit, other than whatever you consume. So yeah, by wasting taxpayer dollars to tear open Texas's border security infrastructure, President Biden has enticed illegal immigrants away from the 28 legal entry points along this state's southern border. So we have 28 other points that are designated for these people to come through, and for whatever reason, they're all gung-ho on this part of the thing where we're trying to like secure that so people can be directed to the places where they should go, which by the way are like bridges that's safe. They won't drown, so they can use for political gain and all that shit. Anyway, under President Biden's lawless border policies, more than 6 million illegal immigrants have crossed into our southern border in 3 years. That's the population of Houston. You've been here, right?
Oh my gosh, it's big as fuck. 6 million. That's wild.
Yes. And he goes on. He said that's more than the population of 33 different states in this country. We only have 50 states in our country.
That's crazy.
So this illegal refusal to protect the states has inflicted unprecedented harm on the people all across the United States. And he's right. I would say that more harm has probably been inflicted on the people of New York right now. I don't think they're happy about their kids not being able to go to school because these illegal migrants are being put into the schools to sleep for shelter. So now the kids can't go to school. And I know you're a little young, you don't know this yet, but a lot of parents use the school as effectively a free daycare because it's compulsory. Like you have to send your kids, to be indoctrinated, to be programmed. So it's just like, and you do understand that the cost of living in our country is incredibly high and it's only gotten worse. So most people don't have remote jobs. So if their kids can't go to school, they can't go to work.
Yeah, they have to take care of them at home.
Yes, and if they can't go to work, they don't have, like a lot of people
don't get paid.
Exactly. Case in point.
Which affects them.
Not only does it affect them, it also affects the tax base because that's how cities and states and the federal government earns money. It's through the tax base. So if these people aren't working, that means we all suffer as a result, because that means we have less taxes. Our federal government is already in a deficit. We're in debt. And now we're going to have a bigger shortfall because we don't bring in enough taxes. There are only two things that can happen. Either we go further into debt or they increase the taxes. And so far we're very high in debt. I'll let me finish reading this and then I'll show you the debt calendar. Which is kind of scary. It may make you rethink whether or not you want to be a citizen of this country, because it's the citizens. We get to pay that shit back. They're spending that we don't benefit from. All that Ukraine aid that's going to Ukraine that doesn't help us. We have to pay that shit off. I'm just saying. Anyway, this illegal refusal. Okay, all right. So James Madison, Alexander Hamilton. Do you know who these two people are?
I do not.
They're one of the founding fathers, or a couple of the founding fathers. They were some of the people who wrote the Constitution.
Wow.
You'll learn about this because they won't allow you to become a citizen without you learning this stuff. Don't worry. You'll learn it soon enough. But it's just interesting how they're going to make you do this so that you can get a work permit and all these things, but they're not making these other folks do that. Anyway, so and other visionaries who wrote the U.S. Constitution foresaw that states should not be left to the mercy of a lawless president who does nothing to stop external threats like cartel smuggling millions of illegal immigrants across the border. That's why the framers included both Article 4, which promises that the federal government shall protect each state against invasion. That's a crucial one. And Article 1, Clause 3, which acknowledges the state's sovereign interest in protecting their borders. What that is saying is that we have sovereignty over our border.
Yeah.
Not the United States government, not the federal government. The first Civil War, I know, like people like to. It was really about states' rights. Slavery was that was the big deal. That was the the main point. But it was about states' rights. That any power not granted to the federal government is necessarily the state's power, and anything that's not for the states is necessarily the people's power. So, the folks who framed our Constitution, they thought about all these things because they were going through some of this shit with Britain at the time. An article, we got that. Okay. And then, there's also some case, Arizona versus United States. The failure of the Biden administration to fulfill the duties imposed by Article 4 has triggered Article 1, Clause 3, which reserves to this state, the right of self-defense. For these reasons, I've already declared an invasion under Article 1, Clause 3 to invoke Texas's constitutional authority to defend and protect itself. That authority is supreme law of the land and supersedes any federal statutes that to the contrary. The Texas National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and other Texas personnel are acting on that authority, as well as state law to secure the Texas border. And President Biden is like, you have until 1 p.m. on Friday to remove these people. He didn't do it. So I'm actually interested to see what President Biden is going to do. Is he going to commit political suicide? Because I guarantee you, I don't give a shit about what happens in the federal government because it's the federal, fuck them. But that's a good way to get that. I would volunteer at that point. I'm dead ass. I would volunteer at that point if he wants to play those games.
Yeah, it's just, and what he doesn't realize is the more he lets through, the more people from all over the fucking world want to come in, which makes the whole situation.
That's already happening. Well. We have people from the Middle East, from China, from Russia, from Africa, here, crossing that border. It's not just Venezuelans.
Yeah, so it's essentially from all over the world. Well, this also but it does affect us as well, or the legal immigrants, because if something bad happens, then these people need to realize that they also represent immigrants in a way, right? So if something bad happens, if they were responsible for something bad, then also affects us because people will be kind of.
I don't. So what I've been seeing is most Americans have no problem with immigration, with people who come here legally. I think you'll find that for the most part, we're pretty open and welcoming to anyone. Yeah. If you come here legally and you are someone who we feel can add value to our nation, you should come. But if you're just someone who adds no value to the nation and you're just here to try to take, stay your ass where you at. We don't want you. We don't need you. Both of them at the same time. It's just stay over there in your own country. We don't want you or need you. But these folks who are just coming in, do we need them? Or is it the Democrats need them so that they can get a bigger voter base because they realize that the folks who voted them in, who they're hurting now actively, are no longer going to tolerate it. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know. This is just me thinking. Don't put much into that. This is just what I think. But you see my screen right now, right? I want you to see this. Yes, the U.S. debt clock.
The red is just too much.
This is our debt.
Oh my gosh.
Can you read that number?
34
I'll zoom in for you.
That's a bunch of zeros. Yeah. Holy debt per citizen. What?
101.
put it into perspective for the people.
Yeah, when you hear about them increasing debt and people are saying that this is debt that our grandchildren are gonna have to pay,
Yeah.
that's what that means.
Yeah, that's essentially what it means. Which is, yeah, I mean, it's like the kid doesn't even, he's just born and he has debt in a way now.
It gets worse though. Look at this. Here's our spending right here. But this is our deficit. Deficit means we're spending money we don't have. We're taking out loans to pay for this. And the current interest rate is really high.
Yeah, it is.
We're actually getting to a point where debt payments are going to supersede how much money we actually earn. I think already we're paying more in debt payments than we are to our defense. I think. Let's see. Maybe. Yeah. Here. Wait. Interest. U.S. total debt. Bank interest. Where's the interest? Well, this is saying total interest paid. I don't. Sure. I guess that's 4 trillion, but I don't know if this is per year or not. I think this is just total in general. This used to be a little bit easier to read. They've added a lot more stuff to it. It didn't used to be this much stuff, I promise. It used to be a little less.
Yeah, but Jesus, that's a huge ton of debt. Like, who's even going to repay this?
You are.
Crazy. I mean, of course, yeah, but
I am.
Is the question. Yeah, is it going to end? Is the question, which is no.
Of course not. Of course not.
That's where I was going with this. Oh my God.
Nah, we're going to continue to rack it up because the people who are in charge is not their money. They're old as fuck. In every other industry, once you get to 60 something, like for the most part, you're done. Yet when you look at our Congress and Senate, it looks like an old folks home. It's basically a nursing
60,
home.
70 years old.
Bro, they old as fuck. Yeah. Have you seen this old dingbat of a woman? Yeah. Look at this. Look how she look.
It's crazy.
She looked like Pinocchio.
83 years old. I thought she was in her 70s. What? Look at that picture. Look at that picture as well. The picture you put up.
What, this one?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I tried, but it didn't actually. It didn't do what I thought it would do.
That's crazy.
Bro, it looked like she could be carved from a tree. You know, from like, what's that show? Lord of the Rings. She looked like one of like that tree face.
And she's very rich as well, right? I saw someone.
Yeah, she's corrupt. That's what we should say. How you worth over $100 million making $200,000 a year?
That's crazy.
I know it's capable making that because I make that, and I ain't fucking worth $100 million.
And I think she even was saying that, not saying, or was it again with Elon Musk that she had to think on about paying taxes and stuff?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, so he made a joke saying that the irony is that he pays her tax or something like that.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know.
What's funny?
People are corrupt.
Nancy Pelosi stopped trading.
Yeah. There are people who keep up with all of her and her husband's trading.
Oh, wow.
Because they have an uncanny ability to pick stocks. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting, huh? How that works. I don't understand why our Congress is allowed to even have any equity in any public company. I think that's a conflict of interest.
It is. Yeah.
Like when I look at these trades, this isn't the trade that someone who makes $200,000 is making.
Yeah.
$1 to $5 million. Come on now.
That's a good trade for sure.
Yeah. My gosh.
Yeah. To be honest, I was expecting her to be like, what, 73 or something? She's like 83. Jeez.
73 is still too old. Like, what difference does it make?
Yeah, but 83 is like worse.
It's not worse. I know you're looking at it's like it's bigger, but I'm looking at the U.S. retirement age is 65 or something like that.
That's crazy.
Why? I don't think that we should allow elected officials to serve the country past retirement age.
How long has she been serving? 40 plus years?
Too long. Retirement is 60 something. Let's see, U.S. retirement age. I actually don't know when retirement age. So the reason why I don't know is because it doesn't matter. It gets pushed up often. When I was younger, I think it was like 60, 62 or 63 or something like that.
Yeah. So that was like
U.S. retirement age. How about that?
Oh,
67 for those born in 1960 or later. So that means if you're born before then, you probably get to enjoy the probably 65 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think after 67, I don't think you should be allowed to serve in anything in our country. Like your time should be done. Like at this point, you're dying soon. We don't want you making decisions for the rest of us who have to live with them. That's where I'm at. Yeah. And this is just me being real. It may sound callous, but like if you about to die, fuck you and what you think you want for the country. Like you go off and enjoy the rest of your life. And like, let's let the people who are going to supersede you decide what we want for our lives, not making decisions that's going to fuck us and our grandchildren.
Exactly, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, it does affect because she's I don't know she might be gone in like what, a few years or decades, but yeah.
Well, I guarantee you if the government starts to try to overstep its bounds, she could end up having an untimely death.
Died in a car accident or something.
Something, bro. Like, honestly, I don't think she would be stupid enough to come here. Like, I don't even think Biden would be at this point. Like, if he actually did something, I don't know if he would actually be willing to come here. But then again, he rarely leaves the White House or his vacation home or his vacation place in Tahoe or his vacation place in Hawaii. He rarely ever actually goes out.
He's always in vacations as well.
Yeah, it's interesting, huh? It's interesting how that works. How he's able to take more vacations than the average American, yet he's supposedly running the richest, most powerful country on earth with the largest military. It's just like, and he don't even know where he is.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, but I'm actually interested to see how this is going to shake out, because, like I said, like I would actually consider strongly volunteering at that point. Normally, I'm not into that kind of shit, but like at this point, it's different, right? It's not. I wouldn't be willing to volunteer for the military to go fight an overseas war, but let's say people were invading here. That changes a lot of things, bro.
Yeah, because I'm also moving there soon. that does, because it does affect people's lives. We're just living there in peace. That's essentially what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he really understands. Maybe he's just not mentally all the way there. Because I guarantee you, if I'm feeling this way, and I'm very apathetic about most shit that's happening, if I feel this way, I can only imagine what them good old boys in East Texas are thinking. They probably in the back of their trucks now saying yeehaw with these guns, talking about we about to go kill us something.
Waiting with their shotguns and stuff.
Bro, like, I'm not even joking. Like, these East Texans, they a little bit different.
Yeah.
Even I'm not trying to go out there. I mean, and like, if
they don't play around,
if this crisis is able to unite us, that's wild. Like that's a thing, for real. All right, let's see what this dumb dingbat has to say. I hate her. She's an embarrassment to my race and people of black skin complexion.
Oh, really?
Yes. You never heard her? This idiot? Never. Oh my gosh! Prepare to be embarrassed. We're gonna let her be you. She's Ethiopian. Texas. We'll give her to you.
No way, she's Ethiopian. What?
She's not, but I'm saying that you can have her. I'm giving her to you. The Ethiopians can have this bitch. We don't want her.
What is she saying?
I don't know what she's saying, but I hate her face too.
The last question. subject of the border and the Texas Guard, I understand, you want to refer some of these questions to DHS because DHS controls the Border Patrol, but at a certain point, Texas National Guard soldiers and National Guard soldiers from other states are being used to frustrate federal authority. They are being used to get in the way of federal immigration enforcement and to flout a court order from a federal court.
Whoa. Wait. Did he just say that we are preventing the enforcement of
federal, yeah.
Is that what he just said?
I think he did. I was like, wait.
Did you see the double speak? You can't when you start to really pay attention, you start to see these things and hear these things. This is like wait.
To switch it up, I think.
This is newspeak, bro. He's saying that Texas and other National Guards are preventing the enforcement of the border. It's like
no,
literally the opposite. There are those 28 checkpoints where the federal government has border, but they can go there. But all right, maybe he has a point. Let me listen. I don't want to make up my mind.
Point. Does the president step in and say, enough of that. These are American soldiers. I am federalizing the National Guard and ordering them to let the Border Patrol do their jobs because they took an oath to the Constitution and I am their commander-in-chief. When does that?
I can tell that he's a short man.
Oh yeah, you can. Oh yeah.
He's a short man. He's over here talking about that they took an oath. Didn't the president take an oath in front of all of us that he would protect this country?
Fucking medieval times.
This dude over here, like, when are you going to tell them that they have to listen to you? It's like, first of all, Mr. Guy, we're Texans. Texans first.
Yeah.
I don't think they understand that because a lot of these people are from these weaker states that don't matter. That don't really have any, like, they don't really have pride. Like us, like here in Texas.
Mm.
I'm sure you've noticed it. I mean, I don't know how many Texans you've met yet, but we're a little different. Like we take a little more pride in where the hell we're from.
Mm.
And for this dude to say, well, they're American, it's like, well, for now,
he hasn't been to Texas, maybe.
No, I don't know if he understands how governments work. It's they only have interests. And so long as interests align, then we're good. But at this point, the interests are unaligned. And, if America will abandon its allies, which we do all the time, when our interests no longer are aligned, then why the hell should we be any different?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
When does enough become enough?
So I'll say this. I'm not going to speculate on any actions the president could use. I'm just not. I'm just not going to do that. It is very clear, and I would remind everyone
she always
that
blinks her eyes,
the
flutters.
circumstances under which the federal government can mobilize a state's National Guard are outlined in the law, right? So that I'll leave that there, but I'm just not going to get into speculations on any actions the president's going to take at this time. And I'm going to reiterate, if these Republican governors actually cared about doing something to deal with the challenges at the border, about doing something, real meaningful actions, right, to deal with the immigration system that's been broken for decades under Democrats, under Republicans, not just this president, then they would reach out to their representative, their congressional representatives, their senators.
We did.
Over the 3. Yeah, we even saw statistics.
Yeah, like we did.
Million,
and they don't listen. They don't want it. Every other
million over 3 years.
But they're not. She's not saying that. She's spinning something. She's doing spin right now. She's like, they should do something. It's like, well, he is doing something, and it seems to be working because the videos I've seen, it's a bunch of migrants on the other side of the fence not able to pass. That seems like it's working. And she's saying that we need to like go to our Congress, our elected officials. It's like, well, this governor is an elected official. And we've been talking about this border crisis for a decade now.
Mm.
For a decade.
Yeah, that's
it was that, well, you don't know, but when Trump first ran, he was running on the idea of building a wall
Oh yeah.
Why was he talking about
Gaza.
building the wall? This was a long time ago.
Yeah,
Like,
that was a long time
so that
ago.
should tell you that this has been ongoing and it's been brought up, and she's over
But I
here
guess now it
gaslighting.
has more attention.
Now,
I guess.
what you're experiencing is gaslighting. This is literally what gaslighting is. They're really good at it, incredibly good. And you know what? They picked the right type of person to gaslight. People like this are really, really, really good at gaslighting innately.
Yeah.
It's in their DNA.
Yeah. I mean, it's also easier for them to say those things because they're in DC, right? I mean, what do they have to go through?
Well, they're not even saying anything. That's the point. Like, listen to what she said. Here, I'll play it again because maybe you missed it.
Sure.
This part.
When does enough become enough?
So I'll
What
say
does it
this.
look like?
I'm not going to speculate on any actions the president could use. I'm just not. I'm just not going to do that. It is very clear, and I would remind everyone that the circumstances under which the federal government can mobilize a state's National Guard are outlined in the law, right? So that I'll leave that there, but I'm just not going to get into speculations on any actions the president's going to take at this time. And I'm going to reiterate, if these Republican governors actually cared about doing something to deal with the challenges at the border, about doing something real meaningful.
I'm hearing
What is
gatekeeping.
real?
I'm hearing gatekeeping. If they cared, they would do something. They've done real meaningful. It's just like, all right, well,
Yeah, what does her meaningful?
yeah. It's like,
What's
so,
she trying to imply?
so is what they're doing now not meaningful?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
What's up,
easier for
MT Say? Who MT Say?
Is that on YouTube?
No, on what's this
On
thing
Twitch?
called? Yeah, Twitch.
Oh.
Oh, Alex. Okay, all right. I wasn't sure. Yo, what's up, Alex? How you doing? We're talking about this whole illegal immigration. Well, no, we shouldn't call it immigration. What should we call it, Yanni? By the way, just so that we're clear,
This is like an absolute crime.
yeah, the
So
migrant or whatever.
It's
Oh yeah. Oh, he said he's been here since Biden versus. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So we're talking about it, and not only, well, you're also someone who's an immigrant, and so is Yanni. And
we're facing an alien invasion. I think that's more better.
huh?
An alien invasion.
Yeah. Well, that's technically, but I don't know if we can use that word anymore because it's offensive, and we don't want to hurt their
Oh,
feelings.
really?
Yeah. Because that's what you're an alien, like like an alien, like you're foreign, which is interesting because when I go to other countries, I'm known as a foreigner. I don't get butthurt about it, and I don't think that they over here worried about how I feel about being called a foreigner. So the fact that we over here worried about calling people aliens, it's like if they're illegal, then like okay. I can understand it for people who've come here legally and done all this stuff. Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't call them that. At that point, they're basically citizens, and like they're future citizens, effectively.
Yeah.
However, like these folks, nah. So he said I had to give it to America, always making me politically confused.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, to be honest.
It's not quite accurate. There are illegal aliens. Well, you're right. There are illegal aliens, but I'm going to say that I would prefer to not call people who are here legally aliens. At that point, I'm happy to, say, all right, we're going to call you a future American. At that point, because if you've gone through the effort to come here legally and to go through the process of doing everything that you're supposed to do by the law. In my mind, you are just as American as me because you have to do a lot more stuff in order to get to that point. So I have no problem calling you an American at that point. I have an issue with these people just waltzing across. And when I'm saying our border, just keep in mind, I'm Texan. And you understand, you lived here. You understand. You lived here long enough to know that Texans are a little bit different from the rest of the country. I have an issue with these people from the north saying what the hell we're going to do here at our border in my homeland. And that's the thing is I don't think they understand because a lot of them are transplants in DC. No, they don't have roots anywhere for the most part, where it's just like, this is my home. And I mean that. Like, I don't mean this in just like some like, oh yeah, I live here, you know, I live in Texas. No, I don't know. This is my home. And if I am at a point to where like, if he wants to play silly games, if as they say, if he wants to fuck around and find out, I'm happy to go ahead and join this cause. Cause it's unacceptable, to be honest. And it's not just hurting people here. That's the issue. It's hurting people throughout the country. And it's incredibly unfair. I had to deal with some of this immigration shit at some point in the past. It's a lot to deal with, and it's expensive.
Yeah, it is expensive as fuck.
I'm generally pro open border and against brutal border enforcement, but reading up in Biden versus Texas, I'm not for open borders. No other country has an open border. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think I can just go into Taiwan and just, you know, just waltz the fuck up in there and just be like, I'm going to be here and demand shit. I don't think that I can go waltz the fuck up in Ethiopia and just be like, you know what, I'm here. I deserve these things. You have to let me here. I don't think I can just waltz into any country. I can't even get to Vietnam on a visa. Like, I mean, yeah, U.S. and Canada is effectively an open border, but I still don't think it should just be straight up open. Like, you can't have a country or a nation without borders. It's that simple. It's just like a matter of self-preservation, right? Like, or I'll repeat it. I know you said you were here, but like, here's my take. Why are we sending billions, tens of billions of dollars to Ukraine to help them protect their border? How come we don't just say, hey, Ukraine, you should have open borders? How come we don't do that? No. Yeah. Keep the same energy. How come we don't tell Israel, hey, you know what? Fuck that border. Let's tear it down. Let's have an open border. How come we don't say to Israel, yeah, open border? How come it just has to be us? That's my issue, is that, you know, if we want to say open borders, fine. Let's have open borders everywhere.
Yeah.
But we don't have that. And I honestly, I think if we had open borders everywhere, we would probably see a shift, like people move to rich places. And I actually think eventually rich people may just leave and go somewhere else. And I guess poor people can be in a place that they think is rich, but no, without the people, it's not so rich. That's the thing, is that like what we have is because of the people who we have here. And if we just let any and everyone here, these people don't all share our values. So yeah, I mean, with the US and Canada border, like, let's be real, there is a lot of similar values between the US and Canada. And not just Canada, but most other NATO nations and the EU, even though I have no love for the EU or NATO for that reason. Like, I don't like either one of them. But I have to be honest and admit that the value systems are the same for the most part, because, you know, we are like a former colony from there. So like, you know, those values came here. Give me a second. Chris is texting me right quick. Are you on the stream, Chris, texting?
Chris?
Yeah, he texted me. He just sent me U.S. ministry. He said, breaking, volunteer militias from at least 27 states have begun traveling to Texas in support of its National Guard amid the constitutional crisis. He just sent me that. So I'm wondering, are you watching the stream right now?
Is he the one who's on YouTube? There are like 3 people.
Yeah, you know the Chris. I don't know. Maybe he may be on here. I don't know. But hell, I might end up having to go to the gun store.
Oh, really? I thought you...
I don't like guns.
Oh, really?
No. I don't like guns.
Then yeah, you might.
But you want to know something, though? I don't like people coming into my fucking state illegally. And if the federal government isn't going to do anything, and if the president is going to prevent my elected official from doing his job to protect my state and my home, well, the next defense is us.
Yeah.
Which is why I was saying, it's like, I don't think he really truly understands that, like, Texas is not most states. That's why I'm like, it would be very bad if just the regular people start getting involved, because, you know, like, he has no control over us. He has a lot of control over the National Guard, over the military, all that shit. Like, it's like, how about you maintain control of the situation? Don't let it get out of hand to the point to where people like me are willing to go into the streets and take up arms. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So we say, I say I'm pro versus anti-border side tracks discussion. I'm much more focused on the case in Texas border. I have to agree with Texas that Biden administration went too far given the border enforcement. Yeah, it is. No, but it's not just about Texas. Let's be real. Let's go to some of the other things that's going on. Like, even though I'm not in New York, I don't really care that much about them. They still are American, and at least for now, we're the same country. I don't know what's going to happen, but like I said, like, if it came down to it, I'm choosing Texas. Straight up. I'm like, fuck the rest of the country. I don't care that much. I live here. In my mind, I would maybe be better off. Like, real talk. Let's see. NYC, migrant, crisis, schools.
The administration amended this policy so that pregnant migrants in their third trimester and women with newborn babies will not receive eviction notices until their babies turn 6 months old. In response to the rally, the Adams
One issue. Wait, how is this playing in the middle? That's weird. One issue that I have is that we allow people to come into our country illegally, and if they have a kid, they're able to stay here. Yeah, well, the kid is American, so they get to stay here. I want that removed. And I want that shit retroactively removed. Like, not just removed, retroactively. Because there's too many people who come into this country to abuse that. Yes. Yes. It's like, you know, you want to, you know, you're pregnant and you're about to have a baby, so you choose to come to America so you can have your baby. Nah. Like, I understand the reason why we had, like, if you're born in the country, but this was very different. We didn't have airplanes at that time. Like, it was a very different time. We need to update these laws because we have so many people coming into our country who don't belong here, and they'll have a kid, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, now people like myself are on the hook for paying for them to be here. And I'm not just talking about just in money, because there is a high likelihood that if you are a poor person with a kid, you're likely single. You're likely single. Or not, let's just say you're not single. Let's just say you're poor. If you have no opportunity or access to opportunity, you may resort to crime, or your kids may resort to crime.
Yeah.
That's the issue. If you're here and you don't speak the language, how can you assimilate into our culture? Or is it the goal to not assimilate into our culture? At that point, it's like, why the fuck are you here?
Yeah, and language takes a very long time to learn, especially if you know nothing about it, right?
I mean, not really. Like, it don't. But I actually know folks who have lived here for decades who still can't speak the language.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. And I'm not just saying this. That's just like some like typical Americans. Like, everyone wants to learn English. I'm like, if I can learn enough of a language before I go to a country, that just, to me, that shows a level of respect for the place that you're going. Like, before I went to the Middle East, I spent about a month and a half learning as much Arabic as I can, or as I could, mostly focus on like the reading and writing system and like that, so I can at least read. Wow. To me, that shows a level of respect for where the hell I'm going. Like, when I decided that I probably am going to move out to Southeast Asia, I was like, you know what? I should probably learn Chinese because it's a language. It's basically the lingua franca in that region. To me, that shows a level of respect for that place. Why the hell should I go to those countries and say, you know what? Y'all need to cater to me. Y'all need to speak English. What kind of shit is that?
Yeah. It's like the situation that happened with it's kind of unrelated, but the Qatar World Cup and this LGBTQ whatever thing is.
Oh, what happened with that?
Our mayor.
Oh, they were upset that they didn't want that shit in their country, and then they're trying to make a big deal about it, as if countries don't have sovereignty over what happens in their borders. Interesting. So, after having been in those countries, they do have people who are, who do that. But you want to know the difference? They're not allowed to go and parade themselves in the street and be like, oh, we're doing this, because they believe that it tears down the social fabric of their nation. Now, you know what? I don't think I disagree. It's like, you can do those things. And that's like, I know in America, we're always told that, everywhere else is just some backwater, medieval, behind. That's what our media will have you believe about everywhere else outside of America. That America is just so great and everywhere else is just backwater. But it's like when I was in these places, you see that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
There are gay people there. At least I saw some. I don't know. Like, there are gay people there. It's just that they're not out there with it. And what's wrong with that? Because I'm not out here with my section. I'm not out here, showing my dick to everybody, being like, hey, look at my dick. I only want to put it in girl. Like, I'm not out here doing that. So I don't understand why people get upset when a country says we don't want that here. And they're not even saying we don't want it in your country. They're just saying not in our country, which I get. It's just like, I don't know. Maybe, is it only because I've been in these places? Like, I've actually, I don't know. I'm all for countries being able to do what the fuck they want, but I noticed that we have a tendency in our country to tell other countries what they should and shouldn't be doing, as if we know what's best for them. And I have an issue with that.
Yeah.
And we use other countries as puppets, and I have an issue with that. I have a real issue with that. A big one. Like, yeah. I don't know if I should say it, but I will. I don't know, it might get me in trouble. But it's like, if you look at how we did Taiwan, dirty.
Yeah.
And to this day, like, think about it though. We sit here in our country, our media, everybody is virtue signaling, saying democratic nations need to stick together, stand together. We have probably the most democratic nation on earth in the Pacific. And we won't commit to it. We won't commit to them. What do you think that says? Meanwhile, we'll commit to a country that, that's the exact opposite of that are monarchies, that are totalitarian states. We'll do that all day. We'll deal with our apartheid states. We'll deal with states that are committing genocide with our fucking money. We'll do all of that. But when it comes time to actually stick together with other democracies, it's all of a sudden, nah, we can't do that. Oh, by the way, we got somebody joining. My bad. He did say it. I say I had to agree with Texas that Biden administration went too far. Oh, I already read it. My bad. We got J.A. joining. What's up?
J.A.
Yeah.
What up?
Dang, you dark as hell. What you doing? You got some mood lighting. What the hell is up with this?
He's like in a back cave or something.
Oh, he literally is candlelit. I was like, what kind of mood lighting you got going on? It's just like just a face in the ether. What's
That's
up?
right.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm chill. How you doing, Johanna?
Man,
I'm doing good, man.
I'm hot right now, bro.
You hot?
Yes.
Talking.
Hot and
Yeah, you
bothered?
can call me Yanni, bro.
Yanni, how you doing, Yanni?
Doing good. Been looking at the Texas situation with Will right here, discussing some stuff.
Some crazy situation.
Yeah, that's what got me hot. I was telling Yanni, I'm like, generally I give no fucks about what's happening, but like if our president or if the United States president wants to play these games, like, I don't think he understands that a lot of us are Texan first. Like, some in me tells me that a lot of people in America don't understand that a lot of us are Texan first. And yeah, we're just going over this migrant issue and like what's happening, how America treats its allies, how it's like double standards. You know, right now we have a country, and that's what I was just saying. We have a country in the Pacific who's probably the most vibrant democracy on planet Earth, even more so than us. And we won't really back them the way that we should. However, we'll back all these other nations that that don't align with our values. And it's starting to irk me now because now it's affecting me in my backyard. And when I say my backyard, I really mean my front yard.
Joe Biden's the worst president we've ever had. He
I don't
really is
is he
just
I don't know if he's the
abandoning-
worst. Is he the worst?
I mean, that's a
There's someone
hard
worse than Joe
bear.
Biden?
The problem is he's totally abdicating all his responsibilities to the Constitution, to his own people, to citizenship, to foreign and domestic enemies. You know what I mean? He's just so, I don't know if he's just so distracted by the election or what, but we've got a situation where now he's talking about withdrawing troops from Syria and Iraq, which is just literally going to bring ISIS back. You know what I mean? That's and let alone Taiwan, who China's basically said, yeah, we're going for it. And North Korea is certainly indicating that they're about to attack the South as well.
By the way, that's the vibrant democracy I was referring to. How
South Korea?
Taiwan.
Taiwan.
Yeah. I would argue that it may be a little more democratic than we are here. And the fact that we won't back it, it's by far like they arrived to that themselves. You know, like most other countries, like Japan, for instance, even though they may be democratic now, let's be real, that's because of other reasons. We wrote the Constitution. Like, it's different. With Taiwan, they basically got there on their own. They decided that was the best thing for them. And in my opinion, it shows that Asia, China doesn't have to be the way that it is. Yet we won't back them. And I mean, I get the consequences and all that kind of shit, but it's just like, you know, if we're going to starting wars with who is it? The Middle East, like regions in the Middle East. I don't get it. I get what you're saying. I know you'd rather have it be strategically ambiguous or whatever, and the status quo. I get that. But here's the thing. There is more than one party in this conflict. One of the parties is definitely not trying to keep things status quo. And I'm pretty sure you're aware of that.
The status quo policy of the United States is the most absurd because you've got basically Taiwan, who's not interested in status quo because it's unsustainable because of what China is doing.
Well,
so
actually,
saying,
we have a Taiwanese person. He's saying he would prefer to, leave it ambiguous.
But the problem is that if China says we're going to, by hook or by crook, we're going to annex, and the U.S. says, well, we're not going to lean one direction or the other, then people are just going to go, China's going to do whatever the hell they want. There's no deterrence because we're wishy-washy. We've kind of said we don't want China to do anything, but also we don't want Taiwan to do anything, so we'll just ignore it and pretend that everyone can just do nothing. But that's very clearly not what's happening. Not with Iran, not with China, not with North Korea, and not with Russia. But we're doing nothing. The U.S. is doing nothing, and the whole world sees it. And across the whole world, in Africa, in South America, in Asia, and even in North America, you can see consequences for the fact that the world sees the U.S. as a weakened hegemony.
Yeah, and that's my issue. It's that we can't have strong allies or alliances or partnerships if we're that way. Like, it's tepid. Like, you wouldn't get with anyone, like, in any kind of situation where they need to have your back if they're tepid and they're kind of wishy-washy. That's not, I don't think that's how you treat allies. That's not how you treat allies, in my opinion. Obviously, I'm not a diplomat, so maybe I don't know something, but in my life, I just can't do that. Like, if I say I rock with you, I rock with you. It's not oh yeah, I rock with you, but we're gonna make sure that I don't tell any. It's like, nah, like people are gonna know. And if we're supposedly the most powerful country on earth, why the fuck are we backing down to China?
Yeah.
Like, let's be real though. Like, why the hell are we backing down from anyone if we're supposedly so powerful? I understand why, but it's just like, let me read some comments right quick. We got the strategic ambiguity is an open lie. Well, I mean, the CCP believes it, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. We're committed to defend Taiwan, but we admitted that. Wait. We are committed to defend Taiwan, but we admitted that encouraged Taiwanese government too much. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So you're thinking that if America came out and said, you know what, we're 100% behind Taiwan, that they would be emboldened to act out. I'm assuming that's kind of where you're getting at. And then you said, yes, Taiwan is trying to defend against a potentially crazy Taiwanese government. Okay, I see. But if we admit it, yeah. Oh, by the way, you're not on the, you don't see the chat, do you, Jordan?
On Twitch?
Yeah, Twitch. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
See, Alex is on there. What up, Alex?
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. There you go. What's up, Alex? Yeah, Alex. I don't know what you're doing, but if you want to hop online, you can just let me know. I'll send you a link.
I don't know what's gonna happen, man. I think the war is definitely gonna escalate. I think North Korea is basically getting ready to go. They tore down their reunification monument this weekend. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. I did not see that.
Do you think they tore it down because they're abandoning their goals of reunification? You think they tore it down because they don't need it when it's done?
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I've kind of stopped paying attention to North Korea because I kind of thought that they were kind of tamping down a little bit, but maybe they're seeing an opportunity. It could be that. It's that, whenever, this is the thing, this is the weird thing about geopolitics. The second you show weakness, other countries necessarily need to take advantage of that because, it's a competition.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he says North Korea declared ruling out peaceful unification as an option.
And then they tore down their statue of reunification.
Well, I know there's a lot of things happening in this region. Japan. No, wait. Why is this?
Every region, even South America is starting to get feisty. The shit going down in Africa is the craziest shit.
Central Africa, like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Sudan,
and Nigeria. And,
ECOWAS.
To a lesser extent, Somaliland.
Oh, we can't call it Somaliland.
Okay, my bad. I'm not trying to.
So I see I'm not the only one because I was saying that earlier. I was like, I'm gonna say Somalia, but
coastal Somalia.
Yeah, we'll say that.
Man,
Sudan,
Sudan getting wrecked because their ports are shut down because of the Houthis.
Oh, you want to know what's interesting? Our media isn't talking about this, but the Houthis have made deals and arrangement with Russia and China to allow their ships to pass.
Yep.
Meanwhile, here in America, we're making it out to be like they're attacking any ship indiscriminately and they're just doing shit without being very clear and saying that they're really only attacking Israeli ships and American ships.
They're hitting UK ships too.
Well, I mean, it's the UK. That's basically USA at this point, really. Are they not a vassal state to the United States at this point?
I don't think so.
We've become Zaddy. I'm sorry. Or maybe wait, we're not the Zaddy no more? I thought we'd become the Zaddy. No, we're not. We're still them. All right.
It's not either. Both of those are has-beens. The U.S. has decided to draw back. The U.S. is looking inwards. Both Biden and Trump are basically saying, you guys are on your own. And the whole world knows it. And the whole world right now is preparing for a Trump presidency. And they see Biden as being the weaker of the two, so they'd rather start screwing around now. Because the new battlefield, at least since the 60s, isn't on, on the ground with weapons. It's American electoral politics. As soon as Walter Cronkite ended the war in Vietnam, and people saw that, they knew that the way to end America's war and projection of its values and economic force is to end the resolve. And that's what they've perfected. They've perfected the erosion of our resolve.
I would argue that it's hard to have a lot of resolve when we're going to foreign lands. But that's been most of our, like, almost every war that we've been involved in outside of, ever since the ones that we had locally between ourselves have been in faraway nations.
But the problem is these things like communism and fascism and Islamofascism is they don't end. Once they don't stop, they spread. You know what I mean? Eventually it comes here.
It's already here.
I mean, true. I would argue, quite frankly, that California is already captured. Canada seems captured.
Yeah, a lot of our cities are here as well. Like, something happened here that I never would have expected. Marches are happening in Houston.
Marches?
What kind of marches?
There was some kind of pro-Palestinian march. I'm not like, it's not the pro or for, I don't give a shit. I'm like, why are you, like, we're in Houston. You know where Houston is, right? I'm gonna put it up on a map for other people. I know you know, Jordan, but like, I'm gonna pull it up for other people, and I'm gonna drop a pin on where these people are, why they're protesting. Oh my gosh, what the fuck? This is what happened with Zoom for me. My computer lags.
It's like
Only since the new version of Zoom. So Houston's way the fuck over here. Why are people walking in the streets and closing down Westheimer so I can't get to my food when people are all the way over here? Like, I don't understand.
It has to do with the brown, red, green alliance.
We're very far away from there. That's my point. It's the fourth most populous. Yeah, you're right.
But it's an ideology.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta point out, somebody dislikes the fact that we have an American who gives a shit about his own country.
maybe we do.
Yeah, I guess they came in to drop a unlike or whatever. You can leave, by the way, whoever you are, if you don't want to be here. Fuck off. You can leave.
Good for them.
You're not needed or wanted here. Get the fuck out.
I love America.
Yeah, it's like, I love it too. It's like, if you don't like it here, bro, like, go the fuck over there. See how it is. I think the issue is that a lot of the people who have been hating or just, I don't know, protesting all this shit, they've never left America. Or if they have left America, they've only been to other rich Western nations. Something in me tells me that they've never been to these. You know what? It's not even something. When I was in these regions, I didn't see any of these people. I rarely saw Americans. Like, some of the countries that I went to, like, very few Americans go.
It's the universities, man. We made everything about criticizing America in order, at first in order to make it better, but eventually just in order to make it weaker. And that's the problem. And now that a whole generation of people who've been trained like that, inculcated like that, they're the kindergarten teachers.
Yeah, that's the scary thing. Have you seen any of the like some of the videos that are coming out about how these generation of kids can't read?
They're dumber. That's for damn
sure. Yeah, they are. Here, I'm gonna pull it up.
Dumber.
We'll pull it up. Let's do kids. I think it's Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha can't read.
Man, apparently Joe Biden just put out a release saying, urging Congress to pass a bill that addresses the immigration crisis of the nation's southern border, vowing to shut down the border as soon as it's set into law. So now he admits it's a problem.
I guess it's weird.
Wait, he finally admitted? So he's not going to try to...
It's a problem.
Okay.
Because he figured out he was going to lose the election if he didn't do something about it.
I think he's still going to lose the election at this point.
No doubt, because what's going to happen is it's probably going to be some kind of terrorist attack or, foreign military attack, not necessarily on U.S. soil, and he's going to get blamed for it, rightfully.
You think it's like a false flag operation about to go down here?
I don't think it has to be. I think Iran, do you know what they did in the Philippines?
Iran?
No, the IS, Daesh,
No.
What did it do?
to Marawi City in Mindanao, in the Philippines.
Are you talking about the massacre is the massacre? that
Yeah, they
happened?
basically they took over the city.
And this is one of the
Oh,
reasons
let me
why
pull
I
it up.
quit.
Sorry,
After
like
a
oh my
degree,
gosh.
after clinical.
It's really slow. All right.
Gen Z making teachers quit.
Yeah, what's the
I would
name?
quit too.
What's the name of the
Marawi City, Marawi. It's basically Daesh sent a bunch of fighters and guns and weapons, and they took over the town. And there was like a multi-day siege, totally wrecked, a multi-month, totally wrecked the place. But I mean, if you have basically a porous southern border, you ship, 20 squads of 20 dudes, have them collect weapons when they get here, pick some random towns, and do coordinated shit. I think that's the most likely scenario.
There was a guy, and I'll show it. I'll try remind me, Yanni or Jordan. But there was some guy who crossed into the border and was talking shit. It's like he was surprised that people didn't know who he was. He's like, "You're going to find out soon who I am."
Oh, whoa.
Or something like.
I remember that. Yeah, pull that up.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was spooky.
Wait, did he actually?
Yeah. He actually said that. So I don't remember. I know someone talked about it, so I'll just go to him. He talked about it recently, so at least that makes it easier.
As the situation at the border becomes increasingly out of control, first responders media had this interaction in Arizona.
If you are smart enough, you will know who I am. But you are really not smart enough to know who I am. But soon you're gonna know who I am. Very easy.
Audacity. What the hell?
The entitlement.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I'm much better than that.
Now the whole "you are going to know who I am" sounds ominous, but I guess the best case scenario is he's planning on being on American Idol and will one day blow the country away with his phenomenal falsetto. Worst case scenario, he's this guy, a leader of a religious party from the Middle East that just did 12 years in prison, where apparently he was setting up a group to commit terrible things against his country. Now, is this person saying insane things to random journalists at the border the same guy that just did over a decade behind bars? I don't know. Possibly, but don't ask me, as I still believe the NYPD copper in Actual Justice Warriors video is indeed Tim Pool from Timcast IRL. So when it comes to topics like national security,
But yeah, can you believe the audacity of someone crossing into our country illegally, saying that to seriously?
He's like expecting things as well.
Well, it's worse than that, because if someone is coming to our country talking like that, it shows that they don't respect you don't have respect without fear first. So the fact that it seems like he doesn't respect this nation, that's what it feels like, or he understands that he can do or get away with whatever he wants. Which, is he wrong? No, like given what we see happening, like it seems like we allow criminals to get away with anything, and the people who, I guess, who aren't criminals, somehow different laws are applied to them. Like, think about all of the stuff that's happening in California with these gangs of people going and stealing shit, and they just let it happen. Meanwhile, I guarantee you, if you try to hit one of these people, you're going to jail.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, it doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense. I don't understand what's going on. But let me go back to the other thing right quick that I want to show. The Gen Z.
After 5 years of teaching, one of those reasons is why I quit.
That right there, definitely a parenting issue and cultural issue, to the point where you have students saying, "Oh, my mother said I have the right to beat your ass."
Did you see that?
To an adult.
The Apple Store in Palo Alto got robbed in Palo Alto?
Bro, it's like that now. Because if you steal less than $950, it's just a ticket, and they don't even show up.
Does Apple even sell anything? That's Apple's so fucking expensive. Can you go to the store and leave without coming out $1,000 lighter? Oh, it's like a year or two ago.
Sword.
Okay, all
How
right.
old? Oh, a couple years ago.
Okay, I was like, my gosh, in Palo Alto, I'm like, that's just the epitome of just like rich, just rich for no reason. Only rich people are there. As far as I could tell, the customers were ready to act, but the store employees stopped them and let. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, it's getting to the point to where we can't even stand up for ourselves. Is this the country we want to live in? Where the government tells us, no, we can't stand up for ourselves. You have to let us do that. To me, that seems like a gross overreach of power. That's what that feels like to me. Oh, okay. I guess it's not going to do it.
Supposed to be leading you. See, a lot of these parents, we're going to get into that in another video, but a lot of these parents really think that school is just daycare. And that when the child comes home, there's nothing that the parent needs to be doing to further their education.
And what had happened was...
Here we go. I want to go here.
Let's take a moment to discuss. Let's take a moment to debrief. Let's take a moment to unpack. So I'm not really understanding why they're not telling y'all. Like, we all know that the world is behind, like, globally, like, because of the pandemic and stuff. But I don't understand why they're not stressing to y'all how bad it is. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny, but these kids are... I'm going to just say this. I teach 7th grade. They are still performing on the 4th grade level.
Oh.
I don't care how you flip it, turn it, swing it, swindle it. They still performing on the 4th grade level. Ain't nobody talking about how they just keep moving, passing them on. They just keep passing them on, passing them on, passing them on.
And teachers keep, even my little sister, she said that too. She said, oh, they don't fail people anymore.
Did y'all know that?
That's so...
They don't fail people anymore.
Yeah, they don't fail.
You no longer need to take standardized tests to get into college. Math is now racist. Did you know that? Math is racist. So I'm a white supremacist because I know that 2 times 2 is 4. So I'm a racist now because I know math. Apparently talking proper is also racist.
Oof.
Interesting.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, it's all kinds of just like, what the hell is happening in our country? And so this is it's not really a story, but the like, just to kind of loop it back to how this is actually affecting me. I found out that my niece's teacher ended up quitting and walking out.
Oh, whoa.
Screw it.
Yeah, and I mean, in this video, he talks about this. Like, this is starting to happen more and more now, where teachers are just straight up walking out. And can you blame them? We talk a lot about how, or at least we make a lot of these laws, and we always like make this appeal to, oh, think of the children. And it's just like, if we are always thinking about the children, how come we are allowing these types of things to happen? Like, were they thinking about the children when they said, you know what? Hey, you get to stay at home today because we are allowing these illegal migrants who have illegally come into our country to stay in your school. So, hey, yeah, by the way, no school for you. Was anyone thinking about the children then? I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. What you think?
They're just thinking for themselves. I mean, they do this facade where it's like they promise a lot of things, but they don't have nothing to show for it. That's what I think.
Is this what happens when you have a dumb population?
I mean, they like them stupid.
Well, I know that, but I'm just like, is this what we get with a dumb population?
No, you haven't seen what we get from the dumb population yet.
You think we have another generation to go before we see the worst of it?
That comes 10 years from now. No, the kids today got to be old enough to vote. Then 10, 20 years from now, man.
It'll be worse.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, do we have to wait another generation to really start to see and feel the effects of? I mean, I know we're deteriorating. I mean, we're starting to deteriorate. It seems like it's starting to pick up pace. And what's your exit strategy?
Exit strategy.
I'm sorry, Yanya. I might have to leave you here by yourself.
I'm like, I just got here, bro. Yeah, I mean,
what's your exit strategy, Jordan?
I'm not going to talk about all that on tape, but I mean, I think in general, Texas is probably going to be fine. I'm not worried about Texas. I think Texas, Florida, I think that area is going to be safe. I don't think it's going to get crazy. I think California could get crazy. I
Oh,
don't think
somebody's
the people
watching.
of Texas is gonna put up with this. I think if they have to, they'll exit
Give me a
if
second.
they have to.
Give me a second.
I'm with you on that.
By the way, I'm surprised you're watching this on Twitter. Normally no one watches these on Twitter. Yeah, yeah, that's him. But yeah, what you're seeing is a video, by the way. So it's paused because I paused it. Yeah, the folks who you're hearing, they're actually off screen. You shouldn't see them. I mean, you're welcome to come if you want. We're talking about sensitive things. Two of us don't care. Well, at least I don't know. Do you really care, Yanni?
No.
Well, no. I mean, y'all aren't seeing it anyway. I don't care. Like, I know that it can get me in trouble, but at this point, I don't know if I care too much because this is more important.
2024, baby.
Give me a
This
second.
year's crazy.
I'm about to
Anyway,
text you
that was the
something.
beginning.
I'm going to text something. Don't say it out loud. Just. Yeah, there you go.
So we are at 50% of the layoffs that we had in the tech sector from 2023. We're a month into 2024. We're at 50% already.
Let me look at it.
That layoffs, that FYI.
You see that? You see that message, by the way?
Yeah, I did
Okay.
see it.
All right.
I sent a link over there, by the way. We should open that after this.
A
That's
link.
crazy.
Oh, my bad. I just now saw it. My bad. Yeah, I'll pull it up. You want me to pull it up now or look at this first?
Let's look at this first. 24,000 in 2024. 24K layoff. 24.5K. 2023. 262K. So we're at 10%. We're at 10%. Okay. I wonder where that number of 50% came from. Maybe that was US based.
Which one? The 50%?
So yeah, someone told me 50%. Let me look that up.
Like it grew 50%?
No, that we're at 50%.
Maybe we have to look at a chart. Let's look at a chart. That makes it easier.
Oh, I think this includes projected.
It does? I don't see projections.
2023, 2024 was 50% higher than 2023.
Oh, that's what you're getting at. Okay.
And 2024 is already on track to be pretty high.
Yeah, I know that Google is laying off. Oh, it's here. They announced. I know that Google announced more layoffs. I know that the real estate sector in a few cities are struggling right now. Specifically, the Bay Area, Chicago, and in Boston, Massachusetts. I'll give it a second. All right. Yeah, this isn't good. I just saw on Twitter that the economy is doing better than ever. Didn't you see that?
Wait, what?
You didn't see that?
Find how.
Here, I'll show it to you.
I mean,
That
the
has to
Dow
be
Jones
this,
Industrial
yeah.
Average is high because guess what? If you inflate everything gets inflated.
Well, yeah,
What
that's it.
isn't?
That's it. They're pointing to the S&P 500.
Adjusted.
And I'm just like, since when does the S&P 500 reflect the reality of our economy? What that tells me
for a
is that
very
the people,
specific sector.
yeah, for me, but most people don't own, significant. They don't have a position in that. So it's like, how is this help? Like, how does this help in the country? We're not in good shape here. It's just, oh gosh. Let's see. As far as I could tell, the customers were ready to act. Oh, okay, I've already read it. All right, let me see if I can find it. Oh shit! Now there's impeachment. Okay. Damn, that happened fast. Dang, I don't even see the thing I was looking for. It was let's just look for Biden, I guess. And then Bidenomics. Is that how you spell it? Bidenomics.
Bidenomics.
Anytime you have to put your name in front of something, that's a sign that it's gonna fail. All right, let's just look for Biden then. Economy. We're gonna see my piss poor Twitter skills. I'm still not good at it. Yeah, here it is right here. shit. All right, let's go back. Here we are. All right, cool.
For both the Dow and the S&P 500, you see the Dow there finishing up 243 points. The headline today helping to drive this record that even surprised some top economists. Moments ago on Wall Street, another record day for both the Dow and the S&P.
So yeah,
Raising expectations.
giving Biden the credit he deserves, and I think even Biden said something about how, here yesterday we learned that the U.S. economy grew 3.1% over the past year, while adding another 2.7 million jobs. He doesn't state what kind of jobs they are and how these are jobs that, you have to have more than one to support yourself. He's like, core inflation has moved back down towards the pre-pandemic benchmark. Yet for some odd reason, when I go buy groceries, it's still 3 times what it was 2 years ago. When I got groceries the other day, I spent $250.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Everything's raised up. They're raising utilities here, electric, water, 50% this year.
50%.
All right, thank you for
50%.
joining,
Isn't that crazy?
Alex. I'll see you next time.
That's a
I
big
think
jump.
they, the thing is in their eyes they did good because they slowed down inflation, but we still got to absorb all the inflation we had for the past 2-3 years since the pandemic. And here's the thing, they've been letting so much. Part of the reason the border's open is because they want under the table labor that can keep labor prices low to stymie inflation. It is absolutely a part of the inflation strategy. Keep labor rates low. And so they don't want the gain that comes after inflation where wages go up because there's less people. Well, how do you solve that? You just let as many people in as you want.
I was thinking, I'm not saying you're wrong or I'm wrong or right or anything. I'm just, my take was that we are facing population decline. And we need to boost up the population to ensure that the Ponzi scheme can continue. That was my take after looking at the fact that our birth rates are so low and we're going to start looking at population decline fairly soon. We also have other social things happening right now where a lot of men, for instance, are no longer willing to date or marry women here. And they're no longer willing to have children. And, I don't know. I just thought it was just like they're trying to replace the population. I didn't look at it as like something insidious. I was more at least looking at it as like, oh, we just need to make sure that we maintain a population. However, now I don't know what to think anymore. I don't really know what to think other than whatever they're doing is not working, and it seems to be making the nation worse. And they keep pointing to these dumbass numbers like this as if that actually makes an impact on the everyday American.
Well, it's messaging. You have the message you want to send is the economy is good, actually. So you pick whatever evidence you think will convince people that. It's not database reality. It's opinion-based data.
It's like you said, people are getting dumber, so.
Go buy it.
Well, yeah, like
Go
for
buy
real.
it,
Yeah. And that's, man, like.
How do you solve misinformation? Not with giving people media literacy skills. No. The way you do it is government approval, platform approval. You know what I mean? Trusted and authoritative.
Yeah. I was about to say
individuals and
trusted
organizations.
sources. It's like, okay.
Trusted sources.
Sources who we say are right, who agree with us, those are the right ones. All the other ones are wrong. This is sick. How do we get this far? Because it seems like it's really accelerated, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In the past 4 years, doesn't it feel like that to you, or is it just, or is it just me, where it feels like this is accelerating? Here, I want to show y'all a video of what do you call it, DEI shit? Or do y'all want to finish watching this first?
I'm down.
Okay.
So bad. Like, do students need to be failed? What's the point of grades? What's the point of school if you're just going to pass everybody anyways?
pass them on, pass them on, pass them on. I can put as many zeros in this grade book as I want to. They're gonna move that child to the 8th grade next year. Ain't nobody talking about that. Why they not talking about that? Why they not telling y'all that y'all? And why don't y'all know that y'all kids not performing on their grade level? Why y'all don't know this? Why y'all don't know? Talk about it. Let's unpack. Because y'all be quick to talk about, oh, the teacher this, the teacher this, the teacher. It's your job, baby. I just got here 30 days ago. She was performing on the 4th grade level since 4th grade. Why we not talk? Well, let's talk about it.
Yeah, what's up, Marshall? How you doing?
You the teacher. You supposed to be, again, she's been on the 4th grade level since the 4th grade. We in 7th grade now. So you let this child go 3 years and you never knew that your child was still in the 4th grade, ain't never left the... Hang it up, flat screen.
Whoa.
He say hang it up flat screen. Leave it to hang it up flat screen. Oh man. I don't know. Like there's a lot of things happening. I'm a little hot right now, which is abnormal for me. It takes a lot to get me a little outside of my normal demeanor. But some things are happening. I'm not okay with it. Let me find the gosh, who was it? I think it was someone. Gosh, what's her name? There was some DEI lady who was let me see if I can find DEI lady talking racists. I don't know. I'll put in white people if that all right, white people, how about that? All right, maybe if I say fat fat lady, black lady, talking racist to white people. Dang. Nah, I can't find it. I wonder if I put it in my watch later. Cause I've been trying to get better about putting shit there. Yeah, we're not gonna find it here, I guess. Nah. Yeah, obviously I don't do a good job of that. All right, well, never mind. I'll find it in the in here. Give me a second. Caused by what? Are you aware of what's happening at the border here in my state and what the president is trying to do? Apparently he's like, I don't know, maybe he's stepped back a little bit. I don't know. But I'm not a fan of what's going on. Let's see, DEI. No, that's not it either. Who would it be? Melanie King, maybe? All right, I forgot. Some lady basically was saying how all white people are racist and how they will always be racist.
They believe that it's like what do they call it? Unconscious bias. It's insanity. And they think that you can't undo it, which is not true. You got growth mindset, man. Even if someone is racist, they can unlearn it.
But that doesn't scare you that they are like, even they're saying that about themselves. That doesn't, to me, that's scary.
That's because they buy into it, man. They want to believe it. Because if they do, then they can use it as a tool. They're more powerful with it being true than with it being false. And that's the problem. Because they see everything through power lens, man.
To me, that's concerning. Because I think we kind of had this conversation. It's just like, for people to say these types of things,
you just get away with it.
No, it's not that. It's just that, like, for you to have that much, if you hate yourself that much, to where you're saying, yes, I'm racist and all white people are racist and like we're evil and like all that kind of shit, like that's concerning to me. Because even though they may be a different ethnicity or whatever the fuck, it's like, I don't want my fellow countrymen thinking that way. Like straight up, that makes it dangerous for me too. Because if they feel that way, that tells me that if other people came into our country, they may just be willing to roll over. And I'm like, I need to feel like we're in this together. And if you're just going to be like, you know what, like, nah, whatever. Like, I don't know, man. That's scary to me. It's very scary.
And the extremization on one side always makes more extremization on the other. You know what I mean? That's what scares me, man. Both sides are going to react and get more and more crazy. It's like, you know, at its root though, it's kind of like what happened to feminism, where it was like, okay, you know, you had a point, and now you're going so far, you've become sexist. Like fourth wave feminism is sexist.
Nah, you can't be
Just
sexist
like-
if you're a female.
But that's the same mentality, dude. It's like this Ibrahim Kendi anti-racism is actually just racism.
Bro, we're on the same page. I'm in full agreement with you. I'm just being facetious because, you know, I grew up hearing that, oh yeah, like black people can't be racist. And I'm just like, you telling me the people in my family who was talking all, like, you telling me that ain't racism? So it's racism if someone with white skin does it, but if someone with black skin does it, all of a sudden it's okay? That's I've never. So this is part of the reason why I may not 100% fit into my community, because I'm a little bit smarter than the average person in my community. So it's like when someone tells me something, it doesn't add up logically. It's like, well, let's remove color and let's just put abstract things in there. So you're saying let's use A and B, right? So you're saying that if A says something and does something, it's racist, but if B says something and does something that's the same thing that A does, it's not? I don't understand. How does that work?
The MLK crowd became the OJ Simpson crowd. You know what I mean? It became about, no longer was it about let's have equal opportunity. It became about no, now it's our turn for our murderer to go free. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
I
the
mean, yeah, it
mentality.
is that. Basically, the goalposts have been moved. Like we got very, 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 very close to where, you know, when I was growing up, I was brought up to believe, and this was in school, that I should not judge someone based on their skin color. I went to an all-black school. No, my heroes, the people like all these black leaders. This is what Dr. Martin Luther King said.
It is.
Why are we now doing the exact opposite of what it is he said? And him and others who got us to the point to where we have civil rights, where we do have some of these protections. Now all of a sudden we want to, like, what? Like, I don't understand. What are we doing?
If he was around now, he would have been canceled by the time he was 22.
Oh, dude.
He would have been canceled for being Christian. He would have been canceled for cheating on his wife. He would have been canceled for saying the wrong thing. He would have been canceled 8 times since Sunday.
Here, I want you to watch this right quick. I might get demonetized for that. I'm not monetized. It's fine. It's the Martin Luther King speech.
No, you can't. You can't be streaming that.
What? It's on YouTube. What do you mean I can't stream it? What if it's
okay.
What if? All right.
You're not monetized.
Yeah, I'm not monetized. We're good. I don't know. I might have to take the stream down later, but it's fine. We're gonna watch it.
I remember this episode. So good.
Excuse me, brothers and sisters, please. If someone could just turn off.
King looked out on his people and saw they were in great need. So he did what all great leaders do. He told them the truth.
Will you ignorant niggas please shut the hell up?
Jesus said what I think he said.
Is this it? This is what I got all those ass whoopings for? I had a dream once. It was a dream that little black boys and little black girls would drink from the river of prosperity, freed from the thirst of oppression. But lo and behold, some 4 decades later, what have I found? but a bunch of trifling, shiftless, good-for-nothing niggers. And I know some of you don't want to hear me
Marshall's
say
like, I
that
remember
word.
this.
It's the ugliest word in the English language, but that's what I see now, niggers. And you don't want to be a nigger, because niggers are living contradictions. Niggers are full of unfulfilled ambitions. Niggers wax and wane. Niggers love to complain. Niggers love to hear themselves talk but hate to explain. Niggers love being another man's judge and jury. Niggers procrastinate until it's time to worry. Niggers love to be late. Niggers hate to hurry. Black entertainment television is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Usher, Michael Jackson is not a genre of music. And now I'd like to talk about soul playing. I've seen what's around the corner.
Oh my God,
I've
soul
seen
playing.
what's over the horizon. And I promise you, you niggas have nothing to celebrate. And no, I won't get there with you. I'm going to Canada.
Going to Canada.
I mean, when I saw the episode, I was just like, where's the law? I don't know. Where's the law? I don't know. Marshall's like, I remember this. Yeah, it's a good episode. The Boondocks is an underrated show. Wait, Louis Farrakhan. Wait, did Louis Farrakhan get banned for doing something?
Should have been. That guy's crazy.
I mean, he's not any crazier than other people. You know?
I will give
No.
you that too.
All right, what were we about to look at before I went to that?
Magruder's amazing, but he got canceled. They tried to revive Boondocks in 2019 and they canceled it in 2022 because there's just no way.
Well, yeah, he wasn't part of it. It also wasn't the same. It just wasn't.
You just can't.
Yeah, it's not. It wasn't as good. It's unfortunate that. I mean, I don't. Do you think we could have cartoons like that these days? Actually, no, we can. It seems like it's okay. And I mean,
stupid shit.
We're about to get into some conspiracy shit, but like, it seems like it's okay if it's black people putting the message out that it's okay to kill other black people, or that it's okay to harm other black people, like through drugs or whatever. Like, listen to the music. I don't know if you listen to rap, Yanni. Do you listen to rap?
No, not really.
Oh, good. That's why you're smart. That's why you ended up in college. I should have known. That may be why the Africans outperform us. Y'all don't really listen to rap as much. Like, rap is evil, bro. Like, I think that's a psyop. Why are we
100%.
allowed the lyrics? Yeah, the lyrics
Yeah,
is
like,
100%.
I mean, have you
They
actually
say this, that.
have you actually seen some of these lyrics?
The lyrics are insane. To be honest.
What's that? The girl, I'm not gonna say these words, but I want y'all to read them right quick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What's worrying is that it's music with lyrics like these that get like a lot of attention.
Wait. It gets worse. Let's
Better than Gucci Gang.
What's her name again? I don't even know her name. Sexy Red. She's probably not even sexy. Sexy Red. Kids in school. Okay, so let's.
Oh man, so this teacher decided to do a video where students. Now she's getting some mixed reactions. Let's get to it. So homie right here.
Yeah. What y'all think of that?
So
I remember, man, when I was in middle school, I think it was middle school, that song Superman That Hoe was real popular.
Is that the Soul? No, who is that guy?
Soldier Boy.
Yeah, Soldier Boy. Yeah.
Soldier Boy, tell him.
That's a little. I mean, there's a difference though. There's a difference, right? Like, there's a difference. What he was saying and what he was doing, dancing, that kind of shit, just some dumb shit. This is different. Like the message that she's pushing, and this is. We'll show more. This is a high school. Why are they playing that kind of music in high school?
Bro, that's exactly the kind of shit that happened in high school when I was in high school, man. Exactly the same shit. Worse, maybe. I don't think it's really changed in the past 20 years. Before that, yeah. If anything, it's been going on. But really, it started happening when KRS-One and Public Enemy started getting conscious. And the music executives was like, oh, we can't have this. So there was a little less, shoot the cops, a little more shoot the homies.
Well, I don't know what's happening, but watch this.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, this is She's even doing the dance. Who's even filming them though?
Their parents.
That's also worrying.
Like, what the fuck? Like, it's, oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't even know. But I need something to lift my spirit right quick. I want to show y'all some. I need to lift my spirit. Right. Oh gosh. Here we go. Wait, why did it do it? Let's play it again.
What is she trying to do?
Well, it's all in the caption. It's proof that evolution is real.
Is that gorilla twerk?
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. It's shit like that that's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Yep. It's like, it's almost as if they don't have any shame and they don't realize that the rest of the world looks at that shit and they're going to make a judgment about the whole group based off of shit like that. And honestly, I don't know if I can blame them. Because when I look at that shit, like, it's just like, I'm disgusted. I'm not talking about, oh, this is just stupid. She's disgusting in her own way. But like, having these children doing that kind of shit, that's disgusting. And then we have the audacity to say, think about the children in this country. There's some other shit. What's that? Is it Doja Cat? We're not gonna watch. I'll put it on mute. But like, I think this might be.
The whole thing she did.
Yeah, I think this is mainly for Jordan though, because I don't think he's aware of this one. Gosh, what's the name of the song?
It's interesting that they don't cancel these type of things.
We're gonna make sure we.
Yeah. It's just like, what?
Oh yeah, that's bizarre. It's crazy.
It gets worse.
Or some other kind of totalitarian system. They know that the way to get there, first you got to erode people's sense of right and wrong, convince them the means justify the ends, and then the ends is, it's this magical utopia where nobody's hungry, everyone has everything that they need, magically, and I'm in charge, and I'll just make sure everyone's cool.
Yeah. It never ceases to amaze me how stupid people can be. That they think that someone else cares more about them than they're going to care about themselves. Like, it baffles me.
Yeah.
Like, just think about that. Yeah, like, give me all your power and I'll do what's best for you. It's just like,
it's more like they don't even want to bother, I guess, with having.
Look at this comment though. I'm sorry, I can't not see this. It has
What's it say?
190,000 likes. It's hard to hate her when her music slaps.
Oh, it's all engineered.
Yeah, the vibrations. Like you could do a lot of stuff with music, and I think that. Oh man, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know.
Yeah, it has 2.4 million likes. It's like what?
Well, it's not going to get it from me. I'm gonna put my dislike in there. No.
Check out this thing. I'm gonna put it
I
in
sent
the
it.
chat. Hold on.
Oh, did I ever click your other thing? Let me
Well,
click that.
pull this one up first, and then pull up the other one.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Oh shit. Sorry. My computer lags, so you gotta. It's like I'm working on a computer from years ago. Oh, is it this one? The sleepers?
No, look at the second one first.
That's the one I clicked.
Maybe that was the first one.
Oh, I guess it just kind of. All right, it's being
First one,
weird.
no worries. Okay. Okay. Look at this. This dude's 100% right. 1 in every 40 people in America crossed over in the last 3 years.
What do you mean crossed over?
Immigration. They just walked over the
Oh,
border.
okay. I see.
Some of them, they toss their papers because the cartel, the coyotes, they tell you, drop your papers because once you're over the line and you say, I don't have my papers, I'm seeking asylum, it's whatever you say. But if you got your papers, then they can look you up.
Okay.
So they
Well,
drop their papers.
let me read it out loud because I'm pretty sure people in the stream can't see it. So 1 in every 40 people in America crossed over in the last 3 years. I can't do that math in my head. So 2.5% of our population has. So I guess that means we've increased by 2.5%, have crossed over in the last 3 years. If 1% of those people are violent criminals, which is less than the normal percent of citizens,
Right.
we just invited in 60,000 criminals or violent criminals. If 1 in every 1,000 was a foreign agent, we now have 6 Army battalions. So that's like 6,000? Or is it 600? What's a battalion? Is it 100 or is it 1,000?
I'll look it up.
You don't know? All right. And then I guess you click the
1,000.
thing. Do you click this?
1,000. Click the 4. Yeah.
Okay, it takes me
Look
to
at
the
these.
web. Okay.
Look at these videos. Look at the letter. Read the letter that he's talking about. This just got released today. This is from a week ago.
Subject: United States is facing a new and imminent danger.
Okay, before you read it, go to the last page, the signature page, so we can see who it's from. Kevin Brock, Associate Director, FBI, retired. Associate Director, Criminal Investigation, FBI, retired. Look at the next page. FBI Inspector Director, Chicago, LA, Counterintelligence, Criminal Cyber, Terrorism Screening. Because the acting ones, they're not allowed to say anything. They have to, it's like generals. They got to be retired to talk politics.
There was another person who came out and said that I had to find it, but effectively that they're doing this on purpose and that they know what's going on in the administration, the current administration, the executive. All right, so should I read it?
Let's read it.
All right. I'll skip the first line. As former senior executives of the federal FBI, with deep experience combating dangers to the nation, we write to express our concern about current specific threats or threat that may be one of the most pernicious ever to menace the United States. The danger arises from the nature of the threat itself. Wars and espionage and bombings and riots are sadly familiar delivery systems of instability, and we are seeing that, intimidation and insecurity. The country has faced these and more throughout its history and has helped. Yeah, all right, cool. The threat we call out today is new and unfamiliar. In its modern history, the U.S. has never suffered an invasion of the homeland, and yet one is unfolding now. Military-aged men from across the globe, many from countries and regions not friendly to the U.S., which is why that's kind of what I was getting at earlier. Why are they coming here if they don't like us? Or why are we allowing it? They're landing in waves on our soil by thousands, not by splashing ashore from a ship or parachuting from planes, but rather by foot across the border. that has been accurately advertised around the world as largely unprotected with ready access granted. It would be difficult to overstate the danger represented by the presence inside of our borders of what is comparatively a multi-division army of young single adult males from hostile nations and regions whose background, intent, or allegiances is completely unknown. They include individuals encountered by border officials and then possibly released into the country, along with shockingly high estimates of gotaways, meaning those who have entered and evaded apprehension. In light of such a daunting, unprecedented penetration by uninvited foreign actors, it's reasonable to assert that the country possesses dramatically diminished national security at this time. The nation's military and laws and other natural protective barriers that have provided traditional security in the past have been thoroughly circumvented over the past 3 years. In 2021, the demographics of those crossing the porous southern border started to shift. We had a lot of people come from China last year, actually. Young men from around the world traveling alone and holding questionable motivations dramatically increased in number to become the most common profile of those breaching the nation's borders. A startling number have been found on terrorist watch lists or from countries designated as state sponsors of terror, distinctly unfriendly to the United States. This is particularly alarming in light of the Hamas terror attack on Israel last October 7th. Those of who have fought terrorism know that historically successful terror attacks invite mimicry. We know as well that terror leaders intentionally cultivate throngs of young men possessing a certain easily manipulated personality type to carry out atrocities. It is stark to say so, but having a large number of young males now within our borders who could begin attacking gatherings of unarmed citizens in imitation of 10-7 we're not unarmed, that's the issue, and at the behest of a foreign terror group must be considered a distinct possibility. We would be remiss not to call out this potentially grave threat in the most direct terms. The warning lights are blinking, and yet this very real concern does not seem to be getting the focus it logically deserves. The director of the FBI has correctly assessed an elevated threat level since 10-7, but relatively little discussion has followed, highlighting unsecured borders as a significant cause as this increasingly dangerous environment. It is a troubling concern that needs illumination, not avoidance. Any violation of the nation's immigration laws increases risk, but the surge in the numbers of single military-aged males descending upon American cities and towns is alarming and perilous. Additionally, they are not just from terror-linked regions, but from China and Russia as well. Hostile adversaries of the United States with aspirations to devastate national infrastructure. For these reasons, elements of this recent surge are likely no accident or coincidence. These men are potential operators in what appears to be an accelerated and strategic penetration, a soft invasion designed to gain internal access to a country that cannot be invaded militarily in order to inflict catastrophic damage if and when enemies deem it necessary. This new reality, this never seen before threat deserves greater attention. The border needs to be secured against these young men, and those already here illegally must be identified and removed without delay. This will take the coordinated cooperative efforts of the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and the rest of the intelligence community to achieve. One problem with that, they are all under the executive branch, and I don't see that happening right now. We encourage these actions and much greater congressional attention to this threat. This country hasn't been invaded, and an invasion that will continue as long as the nation's enemies perceive it will be tolerated. Until it's stopped, the United States is extraordinarily less safe and secure. Knowing all of this would be a shameful travesty of some terrible attack, a preventable attack, were to occur against innocent Americans or the infrastructure that keeps the nation safe and functioning. The government will have failed grievously in its duty to protect, sincerely, these people. And you said this came out today. Who did they send it to?
This was sent a week ago, but it became public today.
But do you know who was it? Like, who was it to though? Like,
it was sent to
the
these
speaker.
people are the speaker, yeah, basically leaders of Congress, and in particular the branches of intelligence and homeland security. I think that they have credible threats that they know about, and they're like, guys, we can't have this open border policy because there's credible threats. You got to screen people coming in. You got to get their papers. You got to keep an eye on them. They do tag and release now, where they give you a phone and a date, and they say, okay, you have somewhere to go. If you have a place, they just send you, and if you don't, they find your place.
I'm looking for here we are. see, because this is happening in Europe too. Where is it at? Maybe not this. Let me just see if we'll see.
Yeah, it's
Spain.
really bad in the UK right now, and Sweden.
Yeah, like I was looking at a
Sweden
video, or maybe I have it, or maybe this is it. Oh well, I'll go to that second. This is for people who aren't aware of what's happening in other parts of the world. This makes me think that this is an agenda, like some WEF type shit.
Which really makes you wonder, why does it seem these boats are always carrying military-age males equipped with smartphones? Because it's not only Spanish beaches, but Italian islands. Where again, the boats are occupied by exclusively military-age males with smartphones and name-brand clothing. And these exact same beach landings are occurring all throughout Europe, where the mainstream dinosaur media seems to be outright ignoring it. Now granted, it is a European issue as they are in such close proximity to Africa, but it does look awfully familiar to what we covered on this channel, as just 2 months ago, the US border in Texas saw our version of the European beaches, or even our migrant camps look eerily similar to what France's migrant camps look like. And that's how this always goes down. Their narrative behind.
So it's not just us. And I want to show maybe I have it as a bookmark. I hope I bookmarked it. I probably didn't. Of course not. Of course I didn't bookmark it. But there have been, oh, wait. No, this isn't it either. Okay, let's see if I can find it. UK looks different. I don't know what else to put. Looks different. I don't know how to find it. Do you have a link to share, Jordan?
What?
Like for what's happening, like UK
I don't
and
know.
France.
I'll look something up for UK and France. Just look at the link I sent you.
The new one?
No, this
the
is the
first
Twitter.
one. Okay.
Yeah, the first one. Let's pull that up.
All right, let's talk about what Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S. look like. This July 2022 video shows hundreds of children singing an ode to Qasem Soleimani and Iran's supreme leader Khamenei, with lyrics, "I will be your soldier, I will be your martyr. It's not Tehran, it's Houston." We do have a little. Oh. Sorry, what the fuck? That's loud as fuck. Give me a second. How do I turn that down? God damn. All right. We can't listen to it. That is way too loud.
All right, look at the rest of the thread. Don't worry about listening to it.
All right. The Islamic Education Center of Houston hides under the guise of religious institution. They're not the only ones. Have you ever heard of the Confucius Institute?
No, I don't know. Tell me about that one.
It is it's basically the China version of that.
They send pregnant people here. They give birth and then they put them in the private school, basically.
Let's see. The Islamic education. To be clear, it's not about Islam. It's about advancing Iranian propaganda. That's why the host of an annual commemoration of him, the founder of the Iranian regime. Okay, they've been hosting these days at least since 2013, when their website noted there were parallel celebrations in Detroit, Dearborn, and Atlanta, Dallas. Okay. Again, really wanted to emphasize this is not about Islam and it's not attacking those Muslim faiths. It's about improper Iranian influence. Their YouTube channel is flooded with videos from Press TV, Iran's English language propaganda channel. I wonder if the protests were led by that, because one thing that I've always been curious about is, because we understand that most of these people who have the time to sit, like be on the streets and protest, chances are they don't have a job. Like they're unlikely to have a job, because if they had a job, they'd probably be at work working to earn a
lot of them get paid. They straight up pay people. They bust them in. You go on Instagram, you can find people saying, "Oh, we're holding a rally in San Francisco. We need people to come," and they'll pay you to travel as long as you fucking want, man. They're throwing so much money at this.
Well, yeah, that's what I was getting at. Is that like it's obviously financed, And I really don't get it. I really, really, really don't get how we allow this type of stuff to happen. And this is happening here in Houston. Honestly, I probably know where this is. Wait. If they show more background, I'll be able to tell if this is actually in Houston or not. But they're not showing background. But here, I'll show you this just so that, so we're all aware of where the Iranian part of town is here. All right, so, oh my gosh, it's going to be laggy. It's going to be annoying. Oh my gosh, seriously though? By the way, this is what my computer is like with Zoom open now. At some point, it started behaving like this. I don't understand why it does it, but it's really, really, really annoying. Okay, maybe I can do it this time. Okay, this part of town. Wait, is this 610? Here we go. It's this part of town here. It's frozen. Oh my gosh. Maybe we won't. All right, I'll use Google. How about that? Maybe Apple Maps is just trash. Oops. Wait, what just happened? No, it's actually my computer. Yeah, it's my computer. Okay, so oh my god, it won't release the click target now. That's how laggy it is. So all of this area, you see like Medina's International Supermarket, all of this. This is all the Iranian part of town. And we'll zoom in a little bit. Or I'll try to zoom in. This is incredibly hard to do. Oh my gosh, this is insane. Oops, sorry. All right, give me a second. I need to stop the screen share right quick. I can't deal with it. Okay, now hopefully that will make things a little bit better. I'll pull it back up once I get to where I'm trying to go.
All right.
Okay. Where's my screen share?
I mean, they have tons of sleeper cells in places like this. You know what I mean? Most of the people here, they're normal people. They're just trying to live their life. They're not a problem, you know? But it's like the immigration thing. Most of those people are just economic refugees. But some of them are sneaking in under the radar. And that's the problem. It's not that those people are getting in, it's that we're not filtering it out. We're not managing the security of this. We're just letting people do whatever.
Yeah, it's a concern. For real, for real. All right, I don't understand what's going on, but recently Zoom has been making my computer lag like crazy to the point to where it's almost unusable. Like when I move a window, for instance, my mouse doesn't actually follow the movement anymore. All right. What else did you have? Did you send an?
I sent you a link.
Okay, let me open it up.
There will come a day
I've seen
that
this,
we will see
but we'll watch it.
far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of the lack of decision making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance.
They've been having riots in France. They show some of that this way. But in the UAE, they have this thing called the Fatwa Council. So most of these countries have something like this, where it's basically, it's like a religious court that can overrule all the other religious courts, and it has the power to license imams. And so it's like a regulatory body for Islamic religion, right? Perfectly reasonable. And they can, say, if someone is preaching something that's intolerant and inconsistent with, with the desired outcome for things like the status of women or relationship with members of other religions or female genital mutilation or female circumcision or whatever the perspective is, right? They enforce that. But the problem is in the US, we're never going to have anything like that. We have free speech. Anyone can say whatever they want, which is amazing. But the problem is if we don't have someone regulating and saying, hey guys, you can't say that, then they're going to be running up in the masjids saying those kinds of things. Some of them are, and they're going to be inculcating these ideas that in people who are rightfully very spiritual, very religious, very thoughtful, very caring, and directing them to harness that fervor and point it in a direction that's not holy, that's unholy, because it's perverted. And there's versions of this everywhere. But the problem is, like, the US is really not well equipped for such a political religion, because they have this very Christo-normative view of what a religion is, where it doesn't actually have the legal part of the religion baked in. And so they don't really understand that some religions aren't really as independent, as personal. You know what I mean? It's less personal, more communal. And that requires some clarification when it comes to the overlap between the government and the people, and these communities of believers. It's sort of like the Nation of Islam. I mean, the Nation of Islam is very different than Islam itself, but the Nation of Islam is not, we are a religion that we do together. It's we're a fucking country. We are the nation.
A nation. Yeah, it's a nation.
And it at one point very much had, we're going to go pick some territory here in the US and declare it ours, That's just part of the mentality. And I think this is a difficult thing to reconcile. In the UAE, the Council of American Islamic Relations is considered a terrorist group because it's paid for by Hamas. But in the US, they allow it to operate because, if you declare that to be a terrorist group, because 90% of what they do is good and 10% bad, you know what I mean? But you call them out and now you're the R word.
Well, I'm happy to wear that racist badge with honor. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just the labels don't affect me too much anymore. Like, they never have, because I grew up black. I've had all kinds of labels put on me, and so far it's like, that's what I found. That's the best way to fight back, is that you remove the power from them, because I think their power is in that you care about being called or not being looked at as or whatever. And I'm just like, I'll accept it.
That's why they do this whole white people are intrinsically racist shit. It's to keep you from speaking up.
Well, I'm going to start speaking up because I'm not liking the direction of things that are going. And I am very well aware that if I sit idly by, I am no better than the people who we like to talk all this shit about in Germany during World War II. I think that's how we end up with Nazis and people committing these types of atrocities. Right. Is because people are unwilling to speak up and speak truth. People are too worried about their comfort or what they have going on, and not realizing that, you know, prioritizing the short term is a good way to fuck up the long term. And I don't know, I think it's worth the risk. And I'm very well aware of this. Like some of the stuff that, you know, I'm talking about now, we'll start talking about. It's not lost on me that I could probably lose my job for talking about it. But
I don't think it's gonna be that bad.
I mean, but what I'm getting at is that I'm prepared for it, right? Like I understand the risk, and
Well, this year, man, 2024, it's just gonna get crazy. It's already getting crazy, and we're only a month. in.
we're not even finished with January yet, bro. Yeah, you know, this Apple Vision Pro can't come sooner. I'm gonna fucking retreat to the
We need to be
metaverse.
distracted.
Yeah,
Ready Player One type shit.
I've never seen that movie, but I've heard of it. Pull up this Britain now.
Britain now.
Yeah,
British
then
Army
versus
versus then now.
Is it gonna play music? No. Wait, this isn't Britain now. This is Britain then. The hell is this?
Oh, Britain.
Okay, well,
It's
this
the
isn't
same
it.
thing. What the hell?
Yeah. I'm like, this isn't the thing. I think I watched this on Twitter. That's the thing, is that like a lot of this stuff I'm not even watching on YouTube anymore. YouTube censors too much shit these days. So we'll say Britain then, and now population. How about that? It's night and day. It's actually, it makes me worry because I don't want that to happen here. Demographics. Let's see. Maybe I need to put demographics. Nope, that doesn't do anything. Migrants. Yeah, it's probably it probably won't be on YouTube. Have you noticed that YouTube has been co-opted by mainstream media? Let's look closely. Sky News, mainstream media. Channel 4 News, mainstream media. BBC News, mainstream media. The Telegraph, mainstream. Who else we got?
BBC News.
CBS News. Al Jazeera. I mean, whatever. No, I think they're Qatar with it, but it doesn't matter. Political Joe, the USA Today, Economic, all of these are mainstream. The Guardian, TLDR News. How is YouTube has become basically another instrument of the mainstream media?
I mean,
this is why you don't have freedom of speech on YouTube anymore.
It's like Google, right? I mean, YouTube is owned by Google, right? So
Yeah, Google Alphabet, but technically it's owned by the public because it's supposedly a publicly traded company. It's just that the folks who own the most of it, I think, are the ones pushing the agenda. Because there's a few companies that own most companies.
Oh yeah, I do know them for sure. It's like what, BlackRock and
it's
Vanguard.
BlackRock and Vanguard, yeah. Who are
And
pushing this
Vanguard is
DEI crap.
It's like a private thing, I think.
Yeah, it's a large one. There's another one. Gosh, what is it? Franklin and something. I think it starts with a T. I don't remember. Franklin and something. But yeah, this is his. Let me go to Twitter. See if I can find it. We'll say UK population shift. Yeah, I'm aware of what's going on in Ireland too. It's not great. All right. So I think what I'll do for the future is I'll try to make sure I actually save stuff and prepare for this. I didn't know I was going to talk about this. I was literally just coming on to hang out. But I'll make sure I like try to like find supporting things to show, because I don't think a lot of people are aware of what's going on. Not just here in America, but abroad. And all is just connected. It would be a lie for me to sit here and say, you know what, like that shit that's happening over there isn't affecting us over here. Federal security forces of Russia rounding up illegals and sending them to Moscow airport back to where they came from. It's a sad day when Russia makes more sense than the government of the free world. I don't like how we refer to ourselves as the free world.
Yeah.
I have very little freedom here.
Like
Well, it's the thing that they sell.
Wait, what was that?
That's like the thing they sell, right? From outside, I mean, America looks like this heaven, free world type of thing.
Well,
That's what they're
here's
trying to
my take.
portray.
Here's my take. If the government and the media and people have to constantly tell you how free you are,
Then instead of
maybe
doing
you're
the
not all
opposite.
that free.
Mm.
I think it's the ultimate gaslight. No, we say we're the leader of the free world. It's like, well, are we? I don't know. I don't think so. The Civil War just started at the Texas border. I don't know if this started it, but didn't you say that he stood down?
I think he promised to sign. There's a bill in Congress that gives him the power to quote unquote shut down the border. I don't know what that means, and he's promising to exercise it as soon as he can sign it.
Well,
That came out
people have
today.
been talking about that he may try to federalize the National Guard here in Texas.
I think he realizes now it's a losing position because the numbers are crazy, dude. The numbers are crazy, and they have credible intelligence of threats. You know what I mean? They have to change.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing how close to election this stuff is starting to happen. Almost as if it's planned.
Oh yeah.
As if it was designed that way. That's what it feels like. What does it feel like to you, Yanni?
Yeah, I do hear the quotes. Not here. I did hear, not here. See the quotes that says everything is by design. I think that's
Here, look at this caption. The insane deep state run Democrats have been planning for civil war. They've been building barriers around the White House and federal buildings. They know it's coming. They want it. Can you do me a favor, Yanni? You have a car, right?
Yeah, I do.
Before you leave, would you mind just like going and like drive around or like, walking around, take a camera or something and like just recording what's going on around DC?
All right.
Like the actual eyes on the ground, because I see this stuff right here. I have low trust these days in most things that I see on the internet. I want to know if this is actually happening.
Oh, the freaking, wait, am I seeing like a tank or something in front of the
Well, these are
Capitol?
those. Our police is heavily militarized. We use the same equipment for the most part. But yeah, those are what do you call those? The people carriers where like you put like 6 or 8 people in them. Do you know what those are called, Jordan?
APC.
APC. What's that stand for?
Armored Personnel Carrier.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, that's what that is, Johnny.
Mm.
Let's see. As we all heard, Joe Budden. Okay. Abbott refused and stood his ground. That or else. Okay. Well, I don't know. Are you going to move anywhere? Got any? Where are you coming to, Yanni? Do you know yet? I know you're coming to Houston, but like, do you know what part yet? Don't say the actual name, but just like part of town if you know it.
I know the county. But I don't.
Oh, look at this. This is very interesting. I don't know if this is true. I don't believe it. I may have to go and look for this. Biden administration sells federal helium reserve, threatening U.S. industry and national security.
I think that happened a while ago.
Really?
Wait, he actually did?
He sells helium. The U.S. government selling off helium reserve, which is a large subterranean stockpile located in Amarillo, Texas.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see that? That Biden is trying to hold us hostage by not permitting us to build additional LNG plants, basically not allowing us to do more drilling to hurt the Texas economy as a sanction. You heard that? Have you seen that?
It's stupid.
It is.
It's gonna make the foreign situation way worse.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was like, we send most of that to Europe. And Texas is responsible for 25% of all of the LNG produced in this country. So I'm just like, how is he, like, what is he doing? Like, Russia is not sending natural gas anymore to Europe. The only other country in the region, and I use region loosely, is Qatar that can supply them natural gas. However, due to certain things that are happening in that region, I don't know if they're, too enthused to be sending their natural gas to Europe right now. So it's like, what is he thinking? Because I made the point earlier that most of the LNG here in Texas, we export. So it's not like we need it. And as far as I understand, the people who are in that business, they make money which the federal government taxes. We're in debt. We're running in a deficit. So you're going to hurt your tax base?
Yep.
For some illegal migrants who ain't never done a thing for us? Make it make sense.
So that Russia can benefit.
Like, what's the end goal here? Do you think they're thinking, or do you think that like this is like a bigger play and that this is planned?
I think there's a mix of people with a mix of goals.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only thing Biden gives a shit about is getting reelected.
The dude is already halfway dead. Like,
I know.
That's not like
Ego.
Does he even know where he is?
I doubt so. I doubt.
But look at what's happening in Nigeria.
Are you talking about with the between the Igbo people, like that that whole thing in the Hausa?
Yeah, it's not just those two groups. Across the Middle Belt, my man.
All right, you may have to what else do I need to put here other than Nigeria? I don't think that's enough.
It's Islamist.
Oh, okay. Oh, gosh, who are they? I forget their
Going on. They did a huge thing on Christmas.
Oh yeah, Boko Haram. Yeah, that's what it is. I was just like, yeah, I forget what they are. Let's see here. Wait, what are we supposed to look for? Is it here? Latest, maybe.
Try searching for plateau.
Who?
Plateau. Plateau. Not Plato. T-E-A-U.
Oh, plateau. Okay.
Plateau State, Nigeria.
Oh wow.
They're taking over towns.
Bombs.
Fulani. Not just Boko Haram. It's all the groups. That's what I'm saying. When they realize is, oh, America's not fighting back. America's not with its allies. Okay. It's on. And it's everywhere, dude. It's because basically we lived in a global paradigm where we had one world police, the US. And in every little region, whoever the US picks could just say, "Nuh-uh, guys, don't do any shit, because if you do, I'll use my military to stop you. And if, and you won't win, because eventually the US is going to come to my aid and they're going to back me and not you." Okay? That's how it's always been. And for a while, it was US and the Soviets would pick different people, but there was a kind of a stalemate. And it was, it got hot here and there, but it was mostly stable. But then it was the American unipolarity. But as soon as America started to decline and enough of, Russia and China and Iran were able to muster enough, particularly China, enough economic independence that they could basically take advantage. And there's this crossover point where one global power dips below and another global power takes over. And every time that's ever happened, the two go to war. It's called Thucydides' trap. The Thucydides trap. Thucydides trap. And it happens every single time. Most of the time, it happens.
I know I misspelled it, but I'm assuming it'll.
No. Thucydides. Thucydides trap.
I remember you telling me about this. Oh my gosh, why is this in freaking blinding searing eye white? God, give me a second. I can't do this.
That dark mode.
Yeah, it only works when you're signed in, but apparently, I don't know, I must have lost my session. I don't know what's going on. And look at this. Look how slow it is to type. My gosh. All right. Yeah, I'm aware of this. And in fact, gosh, what's that book called? Fourth Phase? I think it's Four Phases or something like that. They go over that as well as gosh, was it in Dalio's book, The Changing whatever the hell?
Oh, the changing world order.
Yeah. He talks about
Yeah, that's a
stuff
good
like that as well.
That's where we're at right now. And so Biden basically fainted, a few months ago. It kind of got guaranteed when Azerbaijan took Nagorno-Karabakh from Armenia. And Biden said, don't do that. That's our red line. And then they crossed it and Biden didn't do anything. It was kind of understood at that point. Okay, the game is on. Because the U.S. is not going to back anyone anymore. The U.S. is looking inwards. And Biden's looking inwards and Trump's looking inwards.
Is Biden looking inwards?
I think he is. I think he's trying to minimize his involvement. I think all of them are because of such a, let's be real. The Iraq and Afghanistan war did not result in good outcomes.
Yeah, they didn't. And for some odd reason, we're back there in that region. And
but we're not smart about it. I don't think we should pull out, but I do think we've always been stupid about it. We failed to support and truly follow through with support on the groups that if we backed, there would be, peace in that region. But we don't benefit from the peace. That's the problem. We're not over there for peace. We're over there for proxy wars.
More than that. I mean, obviously, yeah, we have our defense industry, but those poppy fields are also incredibly valuable.
The oil and the poppy, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just like, and knowing what I know now, I remember learning about the Opium Wars in high school. I don't think a lot of people learn about that kind of stuff in school, to be honest. But I remember learning about these wars. And at the time, I didn't really, really understand it until a little bit later in life, when it became super clear what was really going on. And I kind of wonder, like, do we have the same type of thing here, except now we do it with pharmaceuticals, where it's like there's so much money to be made in drugs that, we will fight a war to make sure that we can control the supply of drugs or whatever into whatever nations. And I think that, I don't know, I think we might be getting karma with the whole fentanyl crisis. I'm not saying that, it's a good thing for us, but when you think about what America and Britain and France and Portugal and basically the Allies, what we did in that region is coming back. Like, how is the current fentanyl crisis not the same as the opium crisis that they experienced in China? Like, what's the difference? I don't know. There's some that I want to show right quick since we're on China. There is, let's see, Joe Blogs, China. Wait, what the hell is this? Why did I lose all of my sessions all of a sudden?
There's money out. Oh, this is their stock market.
300, which are the 300 largest companies that are listed on the Chinese stock market over the last 5 years. And as you can clearly see, over the last 5 years, there have been two distinct cycles. Between January 2019 and February 2021, the CSI recorded a record-breaking run and hit a high in February 2021 of around 5,800. However, since that time, the story has changed dramatically. And as you can see, over the last 3 years, the index has collapsed and is now trading at a level of around 3,300, which is the lowest that the index has traded since January 2019. And if we zoom in and have a look at what's been happening over the last 12 months, you can see that the shape of this graph is really quite concerning, because it is almost a 45-degree downward line. The market has crashed over the last 12 months. This time last year, the index was trading at around 4,200. So the current level of around 3,300 represents a fall of more than 20% in the last 12 months. And if we compare that performance with what's been happening with the US S&P 500 index, you can see that over the last 12 months, the S&P index is up by more than 20%. And if we take a look at the 5-year position for the S&P 500, there has been almost consistent growth. The only time that the index came down was during the COVID pandemic. So this analysis is telling us two things. Firstly, the Chinese stock market has performed very badly over the last 3 years, and particularly over the last 12 months. And this is not a global phenomenon. What we're seeing is the Chinese market going down, while indexes around the rest of the world have been going up. So the problems that we're talking about here are specifically related to China. So let's have a look at what the Chinese authorities have been doing to try to turn things around. This chart shows the movement in two of China's largest stock market indexes, the CSI.
All right, this right here is concerning to me because it's very, when shit like this is happening, especially if you are a party in power and like people don't really have an option, it's very easy for you to point to someone else and say, this is the reason for that, and to kind of rally up people in favor of some type of drastic action when, you know, stuff like this is happening. And they're preventing people from pulling their money out now.
Wow. That's wild.
And one thing that is important to know is that Chinese nationals can only invest in Chinese companies. So it's like, it's something important to keep in mind. Like, maybe it doesn't make sense. It maybe not resonate to y'all because we live here. We can invest in whatever we want. But there, it's like they're basically locked in to that. And many of them can't get access to their money.
Yeah, that sucks.
Well, it's bigger than that. Yeah, it sucks. But I think that that's also going to have some effects that are external to China. Because, you know, if they're going through some things, just like here, a good way to kind of rally the nation is let's go on a little bit of a war. Let's do some things. You know, let's distract with other things. Let's say, you know, our enemies are causing this and we need to go to war for that. Like, this is my concern. When we have, you know, we have internal shit happening here in America, we're distracted on several fronts. And then you have what's going on there. You know, they've already said that if William Lai were to get elected, like, that would be a red line. Well, guess what? He got elected.
Yep.
And so far they haven't done anything, but it seems like they are starting to posture for it. They are starting to stockpile food, which, by the way, how does China own any of our food supply? Isn't that interesting? They own our farmland. Yeah, the majority of the pork produced here in America doesn't stay in America. It goes to China.
That's interesting.
Is it though? I mean, I don't know if they have food security without importing food. I don't think they have energy security without importing oil. Just because of, you know, where it is, how, like, the nature, like, they don't really have a lot of that stuff. Also, they kind of ruined their agricultural, like, their land productivity during the Great Leap Forward. They killed all sparrows, which now means that they deal with locusts every season.
Whoa.
They have eroded, you know, their soil and such, so that now every time it rains, like, it's huge, like mudslides and like huge amounts of erosion as a result of, you know, not taking, like not really thinking about environmental things. So there's all kinds of things that are going on in that country right now. And it is concerning because if things are going to go poorly, we will see refugees. We already have people from China coming through our southern border now. I can only imagine what it'll be like if actual shit starts to pop off and like people start going hungry, or if, God forbid, like another purge type thing starts happening out there, like struggle session and all that kind of shit. But yeah, this right here is this is it's kind of concerning. It's kind of concerning. Meanwhile, we have Boeing airplanes that can't keep doors on, and
Yeah, saw that.
I think that I wonder if do you think it's the same reason I think it is?
Which is
DEI hiring people not because they are competent, but because of what they identify as.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen any of the documents from inside. I don't know if it's more that or more like just MBA, finance people coming in and ignoring all the engineers. That happens
I
too
think
from
what
time to time.
happened with I forget when this happened, but at some point, Boeing kind of went away from engineering, and I think that the accountants started running the company. And I think this happens in a lot of companies that were once great, like that were engineer led, that, it was the engineers that made shit happen. And then ultimately the MBAs come in and start saying, well, I learned in school, this is how you run a business.
Right.
Yeah.
Cut unit costs,
Yeah,
Doesn't
well,
matter.
they've definitely done that. And not only that, like this new push, I think they were giving out bonuses to make sure that they hired certain types of people, not necessarily based on their competence, but based on how they look. And I think that's a piss poor way to run any engineering led organization. I don't buy into that. And I say this as someone who, like, yeah, I could be negatively affected. Like, that's fine with me. I don't think I should be allowed to work on a plane if I'm not competent. In fact, I don't think I should be able to work on most things if I'm not competent.
Yeah.
It's that simple. Like, I mean, yeah, it may suck, but it's on me to become competent. And now we are lowering the bar. I don't know if I told you this, Jordan, but we're lowering the bar to become a flight controller for FAA.
Oh, I know. The shit United it scares me the most, where they have like very concrete, X percentage of the pilots are going to be black women by this date. And it's like, well, there's only one way to do that, and that's to lower the bar. Because you can't, what are you going to do? The problem is there's not enough experienced pilots to be able to shape the ethnic mix that way. You know what I mean? Not that you fucking should. Not that you should.
I'm just curious. I mean, I get the whole equality thing, but if we really wanted equality, why aren't we pushing these people to go work in oil rigs?
Well, truly, so places where they have true equality of opportunity, in other words, men and women can do whatever they want, equal opportunity to do whatever, they never, ever, ever have equal distribution in the jobs. They don't have equal outcomes. They don't have 50% of nurses are women and 50% of teachers are men and 50% of, this is that. It never works that way because there are maybe, let's say, cultural and biological differences between men and women. And if you try and force it, you're going to distort the quality because there's not enough supply. The reality is there's just, in a healthy society where men and women have equal opportunity to do whatever they want, fewer women go into engineering and fewer men go into nursing. Period.
Yeah.
and we just want to pretend that that's not true. We stick our hands everywhere and la 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 la. I live in some magical world where there's an equal amount of everybody and everything, and every team is a diverse rainbow. And it's like, well, that's not actually what
But that's the
diversity
thing
is.
is that it's not diversity. That's the issue.
Right.
Is that most of the people who like, and I'm gonna out myself, but a lot of the people who are supposedly diverse, they all think alike. That's not diversity. A lot of them come from the same types of background, and AKA, middle class, maybe upper middle class. They kind of had the same lifestyle. They may have had both their parents. They really didn't grow up in any type of in adversity. It's just like they're all kind of the same.
It's the
And
Claudine Gay crowd.
well, that backfired. You know what? Like, I don't know. This might be a hot take. I think I agree with all of those whoever they were. I don't even know their names. The presidents, when they're just like freedom of speech. Yeah, freedom of speech. But
I mean, the rule is, the problem is that that isn't the policy. The policy is not freedom of speech. Bro, if I went out there with a big old flag of whatever kind and I walked down and said death to gay people over and over again, you think they would let me say that? No, of course not. The problem is they're being inconsistent. And there is a world.
You're right. That is my issue. I'm all about keep the same energy. If you're gonna allow one thing, you should allow everything. But that's not what's happening at all.
No, it's not. And they should. I think they should. Like, college is absolutely the place for you to say whatever crazy, dumb shit that's wrong that you think. You should be able to say it. And someone should be able to come back to you and say, When it starts to become a problem is when people start getting violent. And they absolutely have been getting violent on these campuses. Not just in the past few months. For years. If they didn't like what you said, if you weren't on the approved list, there were people who would get physical about it.
Yeah, that's always been the case. It's
Not always, dude. Not always.
I mean, since our generation, like since we've been here, hasn't it been that way since the Vietnam War?
But it wasn't like. I mean, there was the Kent State thing.
I don't know what happened with Kent State. Let me see.
During the Vietnam War, there was a bunch of students that protested and it got rowdy, and the National Guard got called in, and they shot. They shouldn't have shot, but they shot, and they shot at the crowd. But now what they do is,
like actually was rubber bullets?
No, they kill people.
You mean like Tiananmen Square style? 1989?
This is America's Tiananmen Square. Absolutely, 1970. JFK ramped up Vietnam War. The kids, they were protesting. And remember, this is when there were lotteries to be drafted. Like the war meant you could go to war. And these are the kids, like yes, there was stuff like this going on. But there wasn't like, Jordan Peterson goes to speak and he says things people don't like about gender theory. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't care. Not my place, but you don't like it. So what do? They storm, they yell, they
take your
threaten,
license away.
And then, to get you off campus and then push them away.
By the way, he got his verdict or whatever you want to call it. He needs to be re-educated. Does that not sound dystopian as fuck? Don't that sound like a little 1984? That's literally he needs to be re-educated. Ain't that nuts? And he has to go through it until they think that he's sufficiently re-educated. So they need him to say that 1 + 1 is 3. I really think that's what, man, this.
That's right.
Yeah. I have to start talking more because we can't have this.
Bro, I mean, like, you got the X chromosome, you got the Y chromosome. I guess I missed the memo on the other chromosomes. But if they find them, you know, if they find the Z and the Q and the F and the LGBT chromosomes, then I'm with you. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. But
so that guy who we were watching earlier, he has another video. I'm going to pull it up. I think you will like. You should subscribe to this kid. I'm actually surprised that I mean, normally I'm not really into that kind of content, but I guess I'm going to have to because, like, now that I'm seeing what the hell is going on, I don't know. I just can't. Let's go through here.
It seems like the last 3 to 5 years, gay relations within the United States have been plummeting, and there's a clear answer why. The TQ+. The LGB has nothing to do with the TQ+ community. The LGB is strictly biology and sexuality, and the TQ+ is all identity and expression of the personality. They have nothing to do with each other. It's hard making sense of the world that we live in today when the TQ+ is saying women have bulges.
We all just normalize women having bulges sometimes.
Biological men don't exist.
There's no such thing as biological men. That's not a real thing. That is a transphobic dog whistle.
And we can't even define what a woman is.
What is a woman? I don't think it's like defined. I think if somebody identifies as a woman, then they are a woman.
Speaking of making sense of the world we live in,
these are the people who are going to be electing future leaders. Just keep that in mind.
Uterus having individuals.
Huh?
Oh, wow. Uterus having individuals.
So I saw a tweet where Kamala Harrison was talking about all that they've done for women, and somebody responded, "It'll go a lot further if you can define what a woman is."
Kamala Harris.
Didn't she sleep her way to the top? Isn't she like the only didn't she? I heard that she had a nickname in California. Is that true?
Wait, she did?
Yeah, just say her name, bro. Like, you'll understand. Is that true? Do you know?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
All I know is she's terrible. She's awful.
Well, I don't know. I just heard that she slept her way to the top from some folks.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
The LGB has nothing to do with the TQ+. The LGB is sexuality, and the TQ+ is identity.
For what it's worth, because I know we have Victim Olympics now. We have that. He's a black gay man. So because because we know he's a black gay man, like, you know, we can trust him, right? Because he's at the intersectional, you know, he's got that
Exactly what the
intersectionalism.
Combahee River Collective wanted.
But what's crazy though is that, like, the fact that he's saying this, he will be attacked and vilified by those people who he technically is in that group. And they'll probably try to gatekeep you, like, oh, you're not a real this and all this. Yeah, it's interesting.
You can't deny that these are two
Make this a little
completely
faster.
separate groups. One has everything to do with who someone is with, and another has everything to do with how that person presents themselves, what their personality is like, if they're suffering gender dysphoria, a whole ball of things. And don't forget TQ+, that plus being an additional thing that just keep adding to the list. LGB, clearly defined, we know what it is, we know what it stands for, and it's done. The TQ+ is not. And on that note, biology matters. There's male and there's female, and the LGB is rooted and depends on biology to even exist. The definition of a homosexual is to be sexually attracted to one's own sex. The definition of a heterosexual is to be attracted to the opposite sex. The definition of bisexuality is to be attracted to both sexes. Again, male and female. Sex is biology. It's not about culture. It's not how someone presents themselves. It's not about what gender someone says they are. It's literally biology. The only way you can change this is by creating new words and changing the definition. And that's exactly what the TQ+ side of things are doing. The erasure of women. Content creator Savannah Edwards summed this up really well. The use of cisgender terms has nothing to do with male and female. It has everything to do with affirming a trans person's identity. In order for the phrase trans women are women to make sense, you have to change what women means. Let's dive into this. So we have female, which is a biological woman, and then you have a girl, which is a biological female child, and then you have a woman, which is a biological female adult. Very cut and dry. It's been this way for forever. But now we have a cis woman, which is a biological woman that identifies as a woman, and you have trans woman, which is a biological man that identifies as a woman. And we've effectively turned woman into an identity, and we've stripped biology away from that. including female. So female isn't even biology anymore, it's just an identity. And the problem that we have is we have a growing subset of biological women, just women, that's what we used to call them, women, getting upset because they are not an identity. Being a woman is not an identity, it's their reality. This is their real life, they are a woman. Being a woman and being a female is not about an identity, it is their existence. This is why some women find offense with Dylan Mulvaney, because Dylan Mulvaney started their career making a mockery off of every woman and all the stereotypes that they have.
Day one of being a girl, and I have already cried 3 times. I wrote a scathing email that I did not send. I ordered dresses online that I couldn't afford. And then when someone asked me how I was, I said, I'm fine, when I wasn't fine.
How is that not misogynistic?
It's vaudevillian. It's woman face.
Yeah, it's like a minstrel show.
It's a minstrel show for women.
No, I don't mean that kind of minstrel, Yanni. Let me be clear. I'm not.
Yeah.
So minstrel is not the cycle. We're talking about minstrel blackface. So in the 20s, maybe like back in the very, very, very racist past, white people would put on blackface, and you know what? Well, here, I'll show it to you.
Yeah, pull up some examples of this. Like Amos and Andy. Amos and Andy.
Nah, it's gonna take too long. Let me get to the one.
Yeah,
because they actually have.
These guys are also not in face, you know.
What's the name?
But
Fuck.
they're playing the caricatures.
Minstrel show. We'll just do that.
Yeah, like that.
And now, 2 quiet people, Cotton Watts and Chick. Lady, let that be a lesson to you.
What's the matter with you boys shooting up that man's hen house?
I'll shoot any chicken trying to follow me home.
Well, why don't you get a job and go to work?
You almost had me a job this morning.
Where?
I went down to the post office and asked that man, could he let me have one of them jobs as a letter toter?
No, Cotton, you mean a mail carrier.
And the man said before he could give me a situation, he'd have to put me through a simple self-examination.
No, stupid. You mean a civil service examination.
Well, the man can't...
That's a minstrel show, Yanni.
Gotcha.
So this is what racism meant to me. Now all of a sudden racism is you just say something that I don't like and you're racist. You see the difference? Like in one case, you had this kind of shit. You had people getting fucking lynched.
Yeah.
And you had people who like couldn't use the same bathroom. That like you had that kind of shit, like full on segregation and second class citizen type of shit. Somehow we've turned that into now what we call racism today. So that's what a minstrel show is, by the way. So when I see this right here, this reminds me of that.
It is. It's a caricature. It's pretending to be a woman.
It's that.
And it's a fetish. It's a fetish, bro.
It's more, bro. I think it's more than that. Like when you look at all of these people, look at how they portray women. How is that not? I don't understand it. And like women love it. It's just like, or maybe they don't. Maybe they're just unwilling to say they don't because of reasons. But like, how could you support someone who makes a caricature of you? Like all these people, the way they look at women, and I'm not gonna front. They look at women the way that most men see women, which is big titties and a big butt, and just how they act and all that kind of shit. And that's what he's talking about. He's talking about, oh, I'll rewind it. It's just like, how is this not considered hate?
It's their real life. They are a woman. Being a woman and being a female is not about a career making a...
Times, I wrote a scathing email that I did not send. I ordered dresses online that I couldn't afford. And then when someone asked me how I was, I said, I'm fine, when I wasn't fine. How'd I do, ladies? Good? Girl power.
This is why some women find
See,
offense
like,
with the growing amount
what?
of trans women.
Yeah.
And they're allowed to get away with that and say those things. And how are they not sexist? To me, that's literally what sexism is. Like, they're leading with that. And it's obvious that they think that female is a superior sex, which is sexism, if they are, they're going through all this to appear like this, I don't know, it's sickening to me. It's disrespectful. And I don't understand how other women don't look at that as disrespectful. This is an assault to my ancestors. Like, for him to make a caricature of the women in my family, fuck that person. And fuck the people who think like them.
Saying that they experience a period.
My period I experience every month is very real.
Oh my gosh, look at her. Him?
I think the really crappy thing about having a period every month.
This is why some women find it an offense to be called a chest feeder and a birthing person.
Quote, birthing people. I've never heard the term before. Can you explain what it means? There are certain...
How dehumanizing. Like, we call it birthing people? The fuck? So that a small percentage of people who likely have mental health issues so that they can feel accepted? So we have to disrespect half of our population. And let's be real, as a man, I care more about women than I do other men. I'll repeat that. I care more about women than I care about other men. I'll say that again so we're clear. If you are a man pretending to be a woman, I will never care about you the way that I care about a woman. And I think that's part of what it is that they are trying to convince actual men to accept them and to treat them as if they're women and to value them in the same way, while they offer none of the actual things that give women value. As far as I know, maybe I need to be reeducated, but the only gender I can produce a child with is a woman. Which is why I treat them the way I treat them. It's because they are the only beings that could do what I can. Why the fuck would I treat a man pretending to be a woman like a woman? And it's like, first of all, I'm not gay. I'm not about to have sex with another man. And even if I were gay, I know that I can't have a baby with that man. So why would I treat them with the same respect and reverence as I would a woman? But, I don't know. This is the clown show we live in these days.
Certain people who do not have gender identities that apply to female or male. So we think our language needs to be more inclusive in how we deal with complex issues.
The TQ Plus is demanding to be accepted and validated, all at the expense of biological women. And that's exactly what J.K. Rowling was talking about. Her tweet stated, if sex isn't real, then there's no same-sex attraction. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women globally is erased. I know and I love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives. It isn't hate to speak the truth. And like she said, we want to meaningfully discuss these topics. We want to be loving, we want to be respectful. This is about making sense of the world that we live in today. The TQ Plus community is effectively changing definitions and meanings, all while calling anyone transphobic if they question it or don't understand it. The erasure of gays. The TQ Plus is telling me that
that's another thing I have an issue with. Yeah. When did phobic become because you don't agree with me or you hurt my feelings? How is that phobic? I thought phobia was a fear.
Oh, it was, isn't it?
Like an unreasonable fear. Why would I be afraid of a man dressed as a woman? Just real talk. I mean, you've seen me in person. You know, I'm a fairly large guy. Does it look like I would be afraid of anybody dressed in a fucking dress? Man or woman? Like, if anything, they would be afraid of me. So I guess I should go around calling people black phobic because I'm a black man. And it's like, I know that most people are afraid of me walking down the street. Like, at what point did phobia become what it means now? I don't know. But it's concerning when like everything that you do or say, it's just a label. And that come from the communist playbook. You label something, you just give it a label. Whether or not it's true or not, you just give a label and then everyone piles on eventually, like you can silence someone. That's what this feels like to me. No, you're just labeling people something so that you can get other people to call you that thing. And then all of a sudden, like now I guess people believe it. Yeah, it don't make sense to me.
Men can be women and women can be men. Okay, then what does that make me as a gay man? As a gay man that's gay because he does not like vagina, he likes penis, what am I supposed to do when I'm confronted with someone that's claiming to be a man but has a vagina? I'm not transphobic for not wanting to be with a vagina. I'm gay for a reason. We have definitions and meanings of words for a reason. It's literally 2023 and you have lesbians being kicked off of lesbian dating apps for being transphobic for not wanting to be with someone who has a penis.
We are a platform for all lesbians, trans lesbian, non-binary lesbians. You are all part of our lesbian community.
Let that sink in. You have lesbians being kicked off of lesbian dating apps because they're being transphobic for not wanting to be with trans women who have penises. This is what I was saying about the LGB being different from the TQ+. The LGB relies on biology and the TQ+ is all identity. And they are changing definitions and meanings. Being gay doesn't even mean liking penis anymore. It just means liking men, but I'm gay because I don't like vagina. Like, I don't understand the world that we're living in today. And if you're still watching this, I applaud you because this shit is mental gymnastics. Because we truly can't, I always say this, we cannot defend something we can't define. Everyone is confused. Like I said before, the LGB is very clear and concise and easy to understand.
That's a bar right there. That's a bar. I don't know if that went on the cover.
That minimalist?
Nah, you can't defend what you can't define.
Oh. True. Very true.
How can you say you're an advocate for women and women's rights while also not acknowledging what they are?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a serious question. I mean, like, seriously, because I don't know.
I don't know, man. It's some kind of like, look, there was a point in time in which homosexuality was considered a mental disorder, and we had it listed as a disease and next to depression and psychopathy and all the other shit. And eventually they came to the conclusion that it's not a disease because these people can't change. It's not they can't choose to no longer be attracted.
Wait, whoa, wait a minute. Let's take a step back. If they can't choose, then how can people today choose?
Well, that's their point, is you don't get to choose who you're attracted to. That was the belief at the time. So specifically in the 90s, around the time that this was being adjudicated in the court of public opinion in the US, there was a research paper that came out. And the research paper basically said there are a number of genes that appear to be related to homosexuality. So they are not 100%, but they have twins, and they find that twins, who the twins, the two guys are more likely to be the same. They're more likely to be gay, they're more likely to be straight, or both, or bi. And what that led them to believe was, okay, there's at least some biological factor here. But what that came out instead was, at the time, oh, this is 100% biology, 0% opinion. But the reality is, based off the research that we have now, what we know is that about 50% of women and about 20% of men are quote unquote gender fluid, in the sense, not gender fluid, but sexuality fluid, pansexual. They could be whatever they want to be. They will adapt to the social norms of the time. And there were times in history, and the Greeks used to have this pederasty system where if you had an apprentice, you had an apprentice boy, you better believe there was some buggery going on there. That was just part and parcel of the thing, and everyone just kind of played with it. And guess what? When you were a kid and you went through it, when it's your time, to take an apprentice, you're going to go through it too. You just get conditioned into it. And so I think we wanted so badly to be accepting and tolerant of people for who they are and the things they cannot change. But the reality is, I think some of them can't change. But many people, the more that we tolerate it, the more that we transition from not just tolerating it, but embracing it, putting pride into it. Not just putting pride into it, but how do you think you become the coolest kid in class? You think the kid who, when you have an assembly for every kid who comes out as whatever, as trans, just to have an assembly about it, you get all the fucking points. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so we absolutely are seeing a rise in people basically embracing genderqueer because because it's the newest, greatest way to join the oppression Olympics and get fucking street cred. And guess what? you can't really, for the most part, these people, they're not changing their sexual orientation because most men can't do that. What they're doing is they're becoming women, but they're lesbian women. You ever notice that? All these trans women, they're lesbians.
Yeah. Or like they yeah. Well, I don't know if they're I don't know. I can't call them lesbian because, that's they're not biologically female or
They
they're not female.
identify.
Yeah.
They identify as lesbian women. Because when it comes down to it, they just don't identify as a man for whatever reason. They have some internal understanding of what it is to be a man, and they reject it. And maybe that's from culture, maybe that's from heavily
I think it's being taught.
misogynistic.
I think it's being taught. We have a lot of misandry for the past 20 to 30 years that's been going unchecked.
Right. 100%.
For some odd reason, it's okay to hate men and say all men should die. I don't know why, but that's okay. And when you have generations, because I mean, even when I was growing up, I grew up hearing men ain't shit, and we don't need men. And
who runs the world?
Yeah, all that BS.
Girl.
The future is female, all that
Right.
shit. So it's just like if you raise a couple or generations of I struggle to use the word men, but like, if you raise a generation of men like that, can you blame them for hating themselves and for saying, oh well, since men are bad, men bad, woman good, can we blame them for wanting to like try to become that? Like, my issue is that, you know what, if you want to go dress around in a dress, go for it. I don't care. Do you? I think that's the typical American attitude. I think for the most part, none of us really gave a shit.
Right.
But now it's more like, oh no, you have to acknowledge me for what I think I am, and you have to treat me this way. And like, if you don't date me, then you must be this. It's just like,
right.
Are you high on drugs? What kind of coke are you on? Where, like, if you're a man, you should know that we are attracted to beauty, and like, let's be real, none of them are beautiful. Sorry, not really. But like, no one's attracted to you. And I think that's the thing that's bothering them, is that they can't change nature. That no, they want to be treated as if they are, beautiful when they're not. They want to be treated as if they have intrinsic value when they don't. They're men just like us. And I guess I guess there's too many people who don't want to work to become valuable men. So what they rather do is switch, claim that they're a woman and then feel like they're valuable because of that. And I don't think they understand that a woman's value isn't just because they are a woman. It's what they can do and what they can provide.
Yes.
Which
yes,
no other man can do. Like, let's be clear. For some odd reason, we're over here debating what a fucking woman is, but no one is debating what a man is. Why is that? Have you noticed that? It's only about what is a woman. No one's coming out saying, well, what is a man?
Yeah.
It's sick. I don't know. I don't know where we're headed, but all I know is that I'm not about to head there quietly. I can say that for sure. I'm not heading wherever the hell we're going. I'm not heading there quietly. And it seems like I'm not the only one. I'm starting to notice that there are other people starting to speak up on this shit when people were, a little bit more silent in the past. And I think that's what it's going to have. I think that's what it's going to take. Like, it can't be people just sitting around and just being okay with it because they're afraid of what they may lose. I'm not telling other people to go out and just start, saying whatever's on their mind, but it's like, if you don't like the direction that we're going in, the only way that it stops is if we start to actually have these conversations. We start to talk about it and like make it so that it's not taboo. How are we in America, the home of the land? Like, isn't this like the land of the free, home of the brave, where we value freedom of speech and we value a diversity of opinions and thoughts? When did that stop being the case? Because now it seems like we're not valuing that. It's like you either say whatever the narrative is, the agenda, and if you don't stick with the agenda, then we have to ostracize you. And to me, that's anti-American.
It is. It's anti-American. It is. It absolutely is. And it's Marxism. It's rooted in communism. It is. It's sad that it is, but it is.
I don't know if I'm sad. I'm more angry now. Like, seriously. It pisses me off.
I think America will get its shit together. I think the real Americans see what's going on in their
It won't happen if people don't start talking and standing up to this shit. Like, and to be honest, I don't know if we have many strong men and women left in our country. I know we have them. I'm not saying that we don't have them, but I'm starting to think that we might be outnumbered. Those of you who are still in the chat or whatever the hell, whoever's watching, what do y'all think? What do y'all have to say? Nothing? Probably nothing. It's cool.
You're not allowed to say anything.
That's why I'm like, probably nothing. That's why y'all watching me, huh? I'll say it. Don't worry. I'll say it. I am, I don't know. This feels weird to say, but I think I'm going back towards spirituality and like that. And yeah.
Good. I think that's a good thing.
Well, I see what the alternative is, and I'm definitely not in support of that. Like, you know, if not being that leads to where the fuck we're going, I'll happily go and pray to whatever deity. So that shit don't happen. Like, name your God. I'll go pray to that. Because whatever we got going on, it's evil to me. Where we're now at a point where it's okay for children to have life-altering surgery because they feel a certain kind of way at 8.
That thing's just not acceptable to me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
At its root, man, everyone has a psychological need to feel like a person of meaning in a world of value. No, sorry, a person of value in a world of meaning. They need to feel like they're high value in a meaningful world. And if they don't have some connection to the spiritual world to understand the meaning of the world and to find their own and understand their value in it, then they will create it. And it might be, you know, I'm the coolest regular at the bar. It might be, you know, I'm the hot shit at the strip club. It might be I'm the dude with the biggest drugs. You know what I mean? It might be I'm the asshole jerk that's in charge of everybody. It might be I'm the parent that shows up to the PTA more than anybody. And they have to feel that way. Everyone's got to have their own little kingdom where they're the king. And the nice thing about religion and spirituality is it mediates that feeling. It puts you in your place. It humbles you. And it also gives you an understanding of the true meaning of the world and the value you have in it by virtue of just being alive. And when you have that and respect for that, for how precious life is, then you really can respect one another and meet one another on the level. But we don't, when you erase people's sense of connectedness to all things, and all they have is whatever, you know, propaganda they've been fed, which is all consume material goods at the expense of all else, then they're going to find no meaning in that world. And they're not going to be able to see themselves as valuable in it because, quite frankly, the only way to be a person of value in a world where the meaning is consumption is to have the most consumer goods. And that's a hollow endeavor. And it's increasingly inaccessible. You know, the US got away with that shit when, you know, basically there was no competition. We were running all the factories in the world. We could get away with that. But now Now it's, people realize, oh, I was throwing all my meaning into this economic rat race, trying to win the game of capitalism, but it's not as easily winnable anymore. You could do everything right and lose. And so people now are going, okay, wait a minute. How do I become a person of value in a world of meaning? Well, you join a new world. My new world is the revolution. My new world is the queer community. And I'm a person of value because I'm a part of it. And now they recruit people into their little worlds. And it is. I mean, I think it's a new kind of religion, basically.
Yeah,
Not
it
all
is
of them.
definitely
Not
that.
all of them. But there's definitely a kind of a thing coming on. Check out this link I just sent you. This is the problem, dude.
To me. One of my students just came.
How do you come out as non-binary? What does that even mean?
You want to know what's crazy is that when you say you're non-binary, you're creating a binary condition.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say.
Like, the logic's not logicking, bro. I don't know. One thing I have noticed is that we have an increased amount of people who are identifying as this. It's how do I say this? If a war were to happen, I would not be willing to defend this. And I think this is indefensible, and here's my reason why. I don't think that they themselves are willing to fight for what they have.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real. Like, all of the things that they're getting, it's just like there's no threat. Like, it's just, us mostly just, okay, whatever, do you. But let's be real. Like, if war were to actually happen, I have no interest in defending this. Why should I give up my life? Unless they think that they are more valuable than me. Because deep down, I kind of feel that way. When, they're doing this, it's obvious that they hate men. And it seems like they think that they're better because they're not a man. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, the social media is definitely a part of this. And
the fuck is this?
They want to make us extreme.
Oh no, this is someone poking fun. That's what, yeah, I don't know. This year is going to be interesting. I hope that we start to see more people speak up. There should never be a situation where a tiny minority is able to control this much of the population.
Yeah.
Or hell, I don't know.
Conquer.
Maybe I just need to move back to the Middle East. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the solution.
I mean,
maybe I just need to leave.
Shit gets crazy there too. Shit gets crazy everywhere.
You
man.
know what though? You're right, but I'm willing. There. All right. Let's be real. There's There's crazy everywhere. However, there are certain types of crazy that I'm okay with tolerating and dealing with, because that's just life. But this kind of crazy, this circus shit, I don't know. I don't know.
It's like self-destructive.
I don't feel secure in this country. And it's starting to get to that point.
Has a self-hating complex for sure.
Well, that's my issue, and that's kind of what I brought up earlier about how it's concerning to me that white people, especially white men, are now hating themselves. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I don't know. Maybe there are black people watching this, and you're like, oh, but like that doesn't. I don't want that because I understand where those feelings lead, and they don't lead to good things in the long term. You know, when people start feeling disenfranchised, and they start feeling like they don't have a voice, or they still start feeling like they don't have power. I know what happens because, well, shit, my ancestors, they did it. Like, it's just like, that's a dangerous thing. It's dangerous when, we're now so focused on things that shouldn't matter, the things that we can't really control about ourselves. And that's our focus now. And I've read somewhere, I don't know if this is true, but I read that during the fall of Rome, there was like a weird obsession with different gender roles and all this kind of stuff. Like that started to become like the thing. And the circus, well, I don't know if you want to call it.
It's a sign of excess. People have nothing to struggle for, so they invent shit.
That's what I'm getting at. We're too comfortable here.
And it drags us apart. It creates disunity.
Yes, because we have to figure out, because we don't have a common thing that holds us together because we've thrown it away. Or maybe we never had it because, this is a melting pot, so obviously. But, I mean, this country was founded on Christian, I can say Judeo-Christian values, since, this kind of all comes from the same place a little bit. Like, it's founded on those values, but, we've stepped away from those values. Yeah, maybe this is what happens. It's almost like, it's almost like some of these books that you read from thousands of years ago. It almost seems like they were onto something.
Yeah, they predicted it somehow.
Well, I don't know if predicted it, but maybe they went through shit like this.
I mean, if you study the history of what was going on in that region before the Israelite culture developed, what you'll discover is that there were all sorts of crazy little civilizations that existed. Prior to that time, there really wasn't much of a civilization. People were just kind of in clans, and then clans became tribes. And really, the Bible is one of the oldest pieces of literature that we have that teaches us about how people were able to overcome the ideas of separate tribes and form into a nation. And in that process, and in doing so, there were certain kinds of things that had to come out. It was the family unit is absolutely a core part of this. Men and women have to both collaborate to raise a child that they themselves produce and invest in. Otherwise, things just don't pan out. Certain kinds of social norms, stable societies are all built on that. Core building block. Many times throughout history has other arrangements been attempted, and they tend not to be stable. Like the Mormons engaged in a whole lot of polygamy, but part of the reason is because they sent, and at first it was because they sent so many boys to war, there were just more women than men past a certain age. Well, it bore out a necessity at first, but eventually the only way to keep the system going was to send the surplus young kids out to war every once in a while, or else the people in charge aren't going to get 3 or 4 wives anymore. And you see that same kind of thing happening all over the place, in the places where Daesh operates. And so I think, there is wisdom in there about how stable societies form. The prohibition of pederasty, because I don't believe it's really stable to have a society in which people engage in sexual activity with their apprentices. That leads to distortions. Violence. You know what I mean? When you normalize violence, society becomes unstable. When you normalize homosexuality, and I'm not saying tolerate, I'm saying normalize.
Yeah,
when
there
you
is
normalize
a difference.
it.
Yeah. Well,
it's not stable.
And
it's
these
really
are
not.
the things that we're doing, and I mean, I'm starting to see.
How about property? Bible does not allow, it makes you respect people's property. Because if you don't have a stable society. People are just going to pick up guns and shoot each other for their stuff.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we have the tools of Cain here. That's what makes our country wealthy.
Tools of Cain? What do you mean? Weapons?
Yep. Yeah.
Well, America is basically a military industrial complex.
I know. It's become
With
that, and
associated consumer services for the employees, which we still call them citizens for some reason.
well, we got to be inclusive. Got to pay your fair share. Oh man. All right. Well, we'll have to finish this. I don't know. Maybe this isn't a conversation that gets finished. Maybe it's just like an ongoing, just like, what the fuck.
This is gonna be all year, man. Minimum all year.
Well, it gives us a lot to talk about then. So I guess
More
at least
content.
we'll have some stuff. What I'll do, I'll try to pull together some stuff. I've been trying not to share too much. Like at one point, I was trying to use the Fame and Glory channel. That's like my planning board. But now that there are more people in there, I probably won't. So I don't know what I'll do. I have to figure out a way to like plan these things where that works. But I'll start finding clips. If you have stuff that you want me to take a look at, both of you, just share it. And
Sure.
what I can do is I can start adding it to like a playlist or something and just going through it, because I think I'm gonna start talking more about it, but in video. And as far as this stream,
Yeah.
I may keep it up. We'll see. I may keep it up. But I'll let you know if I don't, just in case.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh, well. Been a 4-hour stream.
Yeah. So I guess
Good talk.
yeah, let's wind down. It's late for me. It's almost 1.
Oh my
12:30.
1:30. What
Yeah,
the
it's
hell?
1:30 for you. I mean, that's fine. It's weekend. But yeah, this is an interesting conversation. For those of you who are in the chat who are still here, I appreciate y'all sticking through it. I know it's a long conversation. As usual, thumbs ups, they help. Following, all that kind of stuff helps. Yeah. And honestly, drop a comment if you're not afraid. Create a burner account. If you're afraid to, speak your mind under your alias under YouTube, but I want to start having actual conversations with people about this kind of stuff. And I may actually start bringing people from the LGB community, because I have friends in that community, which is the thing that's interesting. I'm pretty sure I know I'm going to get people saying I'm homophobic and all this bullshit because of my views, but it's just interesting how I have very close friends who are that. And for the most part, I don't care in general. But they also don't try to get me to call them something that they're not. That's kind of where I'm like, I don't know about all that. Anyway, I've rambled enough. We can do this another time, whenever you want, Jordan, as well as Johnny. And we can also do other shit too. We don't always have to talk about this kind of stuff. I'm down to do other stuff.
Yeah, I'm around.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and I guess wrap up. And what I'll do is I have to wrap up after y'all to wrap up the stream. So I'll see y'all in Slack. We'll chat there, and yeah, I'll see y'all later.
Take it easy. Peace.
All right.
Peace,
Peace, y'all. All right. So for those of you who are here, again, thank you for sitting through. I know it was a lot. This is a long stream. Like I was saying, thumbs up, stay help, that kind of stuff. Follow. I I'm going to be doing all kinds of different kind of content. I mean, I know I can. The recommended thing to do on YouTube is to do one thing, but I don't know. That's too difficult for me. I do a lot of things, and I don't want to just limit myself to one thing. So I will be talking about this type of stuff in the future. I will be talking about technology stuff in the future. I'll even continue to do travel stuff and talk about technology and cameras and all that kind of stuff, because it's something that I want to do. So if you're down for that and you want to follow me on this journey, I'm happy to have you. If not, bye. I don't know. Enjoy life, I guess. No hard feelings. No hard feelings, for real. But it's late. This is a long stream for me. It's almost 4 hours and I'm tired. I've been working all day. So with that, I'm going to call this a day. Y'all have a good day and a good night. And I will see you all next time. Peace.